Whoa! Hello, people. Welcome back to the OCM Botcast. This is your good friend Chad Marco here again with another episode of the OCM Botcast. This is episode 12, and today's episode is called Oreo Man, Part.1. So today the main topic is going to be about a young black man. He goes by several different names. Some people call him Savvy Guy. Some people call him Brandon. Some people call him Oreo Man. I don't know exactly what his official alias is. I'm just running with Oreo Man. But he's one of the four. Can we say four? Hold on, give me a second. Let me see. Jamil, Kent, Oreo Man. That's it. But I don't know exactly. He's one. Look, we'll go with 5. He's one of the 5 kings of the black incel community. There may be a few more, but I know the most popular ones are, of course, Kent, Oreo Man, Baraka, Jamil, and I think Immortal something. It's about 5, 6, 7 of those guys, but I'll get it right for the next episode. But for this episode, I want to talk about one of them in particular, which is Oreo Man. I mean, this guy is funny as hell. As depressing as his videos are, man, it's as comical as it is sad, to say the least. But as you can see, today's episode is Oreo Man Part 1. So I'm just gonna do a little bit on him on today's episode, and then on the next episode, I'm gonna go a little bit deeper into this character, who's a part of the black incel community. But that's the main topic of the day. We'll get into that later. Got to talk about myself a little bit going in. How we do over here. So feeling pretty good. I'm feeling okay. Life is pretty. It's the usual over here of, fighting against my bad habits, trying to develop a productive and healthy routine for myself. I've been okay in that regard. I've been doing something that's been working out a little bit lately. I've been writing down my goals and then just scratching them off as I accomplish them. And that's actually been a pretty solid way to get shit done for me recently. Especially like what I've been doing recently. Normally I would write like big goals, like 2 hours of making beats and 2 hours of writing, like just overdoing it, right? So what I've been doing recently is like trying to break shit down into smaller goals and then knocking those off. And then that builds my confidence and I'm moving. You know what they say, object in motion stays in motion. So I'm moving, I'm getting shit done. Then from there, I can write down bigger, more challenging goals, and then shit actually starts getting done. So that's what I've been doing recently. So I'm gonna run with that for a while. And, I feel like this is gonna be a pretty awesome week. So, yeah. Just as a reminder, I have all the links to my various social media in the description below. Make sure you follow me on Twitter. Make sure you follow me on Instagram for the cute friender pics. The Patreon is below. Donate because a nigga need a new pair of shoes. And join the Discord. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you spread the video. Tell everybody about it. We're going to get the OCM Botcast. The OCM, the original content movement, is going to take over the whole web. And also make sure you check out my gaming channel. Super Chad Marco Gaming. There's going to be a link there as well. I just finished a vampire playthrough, and for how next month it's October, so I'm gonna have like several horror game playthroughs being uploaded throughout the end of September and throughout the entirety of October. So make sure you guys check out the gaming channel as well. Subscribe there. That's the perfect place to go when you just need a little bit more Chad Marco. Because, I upload pretty infrequently. Over there you just get hours and hours of extra Chad Marco personality. So make sure you guys check that out. So that's about it. Without further ado, let's get to the first segment of today's episode, which is the news. Now, unfortunately, I wanted to get this episode out like by the end of August, but shit got real. My mom actually caught COVID-19. she caught COVID-19. So that kind of it made the house situation very weird. So I wasn't really able to get a lot done. I was too busy stressing about that shit. But really, she was stressing about it more than I was. It's kind of weird, dude. Like, my mom caught COVID, and I was like, well, first of all, I was like, well, you stay the fuck away from me. But it was like there was this calm acceptance. I didn't expect it. Like, I figured it would have freaked me out more, but it was this calm acceptance. Like, it's like nothing I can do. I just gotta wait and see what happens. But luckily, she made a full recovery. She's doing great. I think if I caught it would have killed my ass. She's a lot stronger than I am. Like, that would have been it for me. But yeah, she made a full recovery. So it's like everything is like cool and shit now. And I'm ready to get back on a productive streak. So the news topics that I'm covering now were really shit that happened in August. But fuck it. Let's get right into it, shall we? So let's start off with the murder of FBG Duck. Now, I'm not sure if you guys know about FBG Duck. He is a rapper from Chicago. Well, was a rapper from Chicago, Chirac. The home of drill music and whatnot. He was 26 years old. He had, over the years, generated a buzz and a name for himself in the community and in the rap world, with a couple songs and videos that went viral and whatnot. He was popular enough to end up on Vlad TV a couple times. Once you make it to Vlad, you pretty much made it. So he was on that level. But unfortunately, he lost his life last month during the early part of August. So what happened was he was in an upscale retail shopping district. He was there. I'm assuming he was shopping. He was with some homies or some bitches. I'm not exactly sure. He was with some people and he was out there shopping. And all of a sudden, 4 people hopped out of a vehicle, shot him, and then fled. He was taken to the hospital, but then he was pronounced dead on arrival. 2 other people were shot, but they lived. Now, a lot of people speculate that the reason why he was targeted was because he had just released a music video and song where he was mocking the deceased rival gang members in the video. And I listened to the song, I saw the video, I was like, man, this shit is just straight up disrespectful. It was so fucking, it was that straight up drill shit. You know how they do. But now, one of the interesting things about this is that the assailants, they were able to track him down because he had been live streaming his travels throughout the city. And this is really why I wanted to talk about this particular rapper death, is that I think rappers, artists, whatever, anybody that's famous, or if you live in the hood or some projects, you know how it is, bro. You need to be extremely careful with your social media presence. It is too many people are getting caught lacking because of social media. You have to be extremely careful with that shit. Excuse me, because whether you're just a rapper, especially if you're a rapper, but you know, some guys they might be, you know, the elite dope dealers. They might be the elite dope dealers within their community and whatnot. But you need to be careful with your social media presence, because if you're always on Instagram, you're always on Twitter telling people exactly where you are, it makes it easy to track you, you know. And the fact that he got killed, it's not like he got killed in the hood or the projects or nothing. He got killed in the upscale shopping center. And I think because of that, because of his location, he might have been just a little bit too relaxed. He might have just been not as aware. I mean, I don't want to just assume that he was lacking or nothing. I'm pretty sure they were strapped, but I think that it is kind of fair to say that him not being in an area like that, he probably felt he was more safe. Like, man, motherfuckers don't be around here. This is, you know, because I know that in certain areas where, like in my neighborhood, where if I'm at, I feel a little bit more on edge than if, say, I'm uptown where the mall is at, and you know, Walmart and EB and GameStop, the big shopping center. Like when I'm up there, I feel pretty safe, right? But on the way there, when I gotta run through the hood, you know, like that's the hot spot, you know. And I think when you're in certain areas, it can make you more relaxed, and I think that could have been part of it too. But yeah, you gotta be careful with your social media presence, you know. A lot of people always say, man, I can't wait till you blow up and all that, and it's like, man, that would be cool, but like that would come with a whole new set of issues. You know, like I wouldn't even be able to move the way I do now. Like I can, like me, I'm such a nobody in my community. I can just like run. I can run to the library and run to Walmart and shit. And that don't sound like much, but it's people in my neighborhood, like they can't even walk to the store, because if they get seen, like it's people that want to kill them. You know, like people want you dead. And FBG Duck, he's that type of guy where it's like he could not, like he's not a walk to the store type of dude, bro. Like he like people wanted to take his life. Anywhere he had to go, he had to be careful about how he moved. And that's one of the downsides of, like, really, whether you in a gang or not. Like if you're a rapper, that just come with it. You can't move the same way no more, because it's people that look at you like you food, like you're a walking lick. So you gotta be extremely careful how you move, and letting people know where you are and what you're doing on social media isn't really helping all that much. So you gotta be careful with shit like that. But another aspect to all this is that, you know, Duck, he refused to leave the city even though he knew he was marked for death. And he had already been shot. There was that famous Vlad TV interview where Vlad was really in a roundabout way trying to tell him, like, bro, you need to get out of Chicago. But he was like, nah, like, I'm not a bitch. I move differently and all that. And it's kind of sad to me, man, because I see people, a lot of people like him, and it's like they have this attachment to their hoods. And you know, I understand it's no place like home, but it's like, I feel like it's kind of a trap in a way. You know, you're born into this environment where it's a lot of violence, it's a lot of crime. It's not. I mean, let's face it. It's not a place you really want to be. And so it's like, why have this attachment to these areas that are pretty much like quicksand? These areas are like quicksand. Like it's there to just suck you in and destroy you. Like there is no to very little true prosperity in these areas. The guys with the most money, the guys who are doing the most, are the guys who are involved in the most amount of crime. The guys whose lives are in the most danger. The guys who are in and out of jail. those are the guys who have the most money and the most amount of success. Like, is that really a place where you want to be? Is that the place where you want to really have a strong attachment to? And it's just, it's sad to me, because I'm the type of person who's like, yeah, I've been in my town I've been in my city for most of my life, but it's like, dude, like, if I ever had the opportunity to get the fuck out of here, like, not even on some just, running away from my own safety or nothing like that. It's just, it's a big ass world, dude. Like, I'm trying to see LA. I'd love to see Colorado. Let me see Texas. Go to Mexico, Canada, Japan. Like, why not? Like, shit, if I had the resources, I'd be a globetrotter, dude. Like, I don't really understand beyond just. That was a sick ass combo. I'm watching a Dragon Ball Fighter Z tournament while I'm doing this. I'm sorry. Damn, freeze eye. But yeah, like, beyond just that being your home, I don't get it. I don't get it. And then it's like, on top of that, when I watched that video, he's like, them niggas, they bitches. Like, they bitch ass niggas. I ain't no bitch. And it's that, and when I see stuff like that, it's that, how people say toxic masculinity. That's the perfect example of toxic masculinity, where you're trying to be too macho for your own good. And you gotta be careful with shit like that. I feel like it goes way back to the 70s. With Sugar Ray Leonard versus Roberto Duran, where Roberto Duran is just, he famously got into Sugar Ray Leonard's head and was like, you bitch, you sissy, you faggot. And he forced Leonard, he got in his head and made Sugar Ray Leonard fight outside of his normal fighting style. He made him fight toe to toe with him, and he beat his brains in. but again, it's that type of, you get caught up in that macho display. It's like, oh, I'm in the hood. This my hood, and I ain't going nowhere. Then the other dude like, I ain't going nowhere either. Well, fuck you. Boom, 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 boom. Instead of one of the others saying, you know what? I don't need this shit. Fuck this hood. Fuck this project. I'm getting out. Like, call me a bitch if you want. I'm going to LA. I'm gonna fuck me some hoes. I'm gonna move my family out here. But then on top of that, though, it's another aspect to this too. Because you gotta think about it like this too. It's like, maybe he was thinking about not just himself, but his friends and his family, because I'm sure he was making good money, but was he making enough money to like move everybody that he know out to LA, or was it like just like, I can go to LA with my mama or something like yeah, I don't know what his financial situation was, but I could imagine that maybe he was like, yeah, I could leave, but then I'd be leaving like maybe cousins and nieces and nephews in this violent area, and they wouldn't have me there to protect them or look after them. So again, it's a deep situation where you can't really say, well, he should have did this or should have did that, because yeah, think about it. It's not just him that's in it. His whole family, all his friends are in that situation with him, and it's like, if he go, he can't take everybody with him, so maybe that was a part of it. But I don't know. It's unfortunate, but it goes back to two very important lessons. And there's lesson one, be careful about what you post on social media, because people can use that to track you and to set up a lick on your ass. And two, if you're a rapper, you got to understand your hood, your city is the most dangerous place for you. Is it that infamous, that famous Boosie video on Vlad TV where he's telling you most rappers get killed in their own city? It's a fact. Like, you got to really take that into consideration. If you're a rapper and you start blowing up, you got to realize the city where people know you is the place that's most dangerous for you. And straight, so just keep that in mind. So moving on to the next bit of news. The shooting of Jacob Blake. Now, this is the big one. I couldn't wait to sink my teeth into this one. So, let's get right into it. I'm sure you guys all heard of this. On August 23rd, 2020, Jacob S. Blake, a 29-year-old American black man, was shot from behind 7 times by a police officer in Kenosha, Wisconsin, United States. Now, allegedly, Jacob was trying to stop a fight between 2 women. He was then confronted by police officers. A physical altercation occurred between Jacob and the police officers. Jacob then proceeds to walk to his car, which held 3 of his children. The cops ordered him to stop. He refused, then followed him to the car and shot him 7 times in the back once he opens the door and reaches in. Jacob is rushed to the hospital where his condition is stabilized, but he is left paralyzed from the waist down. So the shooting is recorded by a man on the scene. He uploads the video to social media and it quickly goes viral, leading to widespread public outrage and protests. Now, let's talk a little bit about Jacob, the man himself. So Jacob is a 29-year-old father of 4. It's alleged that he has had several run-ins with the police prior to this event and had a warrant out for his arrest when the incident happened. One of the more notable events was where he was at a bar or something, got into an argument and pulled out a gun. He then left the establishment and was seen outside the window pointing the gun at the people inside. The warrant listed the following charges: criminal trespass to dwelling, domestic abuse, 3rd-degree sexual assault, disorderly conduct. Now, we got to talk about each side's point of view, right? So, from the cops' point of view, there was a 911 call, right? And the 911 call was about Jacob Blake, saying he's doing something, get out here. So the cops arrive. Now, you got to keep in mind, they know about his warrant and his criminal history. So already they know, okay, we're dealing with in their mind, we're dealing with the criminal, right? Then you got to keep in mind, he's got black skin. You always got to add the black factor. So now, it's also alleged that in the video, you can see that he was fighting with the police. And some say that he even had a knife. I'm not sure whether this was confirmed or not, but that's part of the story. But you have to ask, during the altercation, right? You see a bit of a scuffle and Jacob is walking away. The biggest criticism of the police officers is, why didn't you do more to stop him? Why didn't you, it was, what was it, like 2 or 3 cops? It was like 2? Like, why couldn't y'all have restrained this man? It's not like this dude, it's not like he was Kimbo Slice or nothing. Like, it was just a relatively slim black man. It was 2 of y'all. Like, people don't understand why they couldn't have restrained him before he got to his car. But the reality is, Jacob could have been reaching into the car to grab a gun. And I saw a video, somebody posted it. You know, the arguments about this whole situation was going back and forth, people posting all kind of evidence and whatnot. Excuse me. And like, I remember seeing like this video, of course unrelated to this event, where I think the cops, they pulled this guy over. He started resisting. And I think like he reached into his car, grabbed the gun and started shooting at the police officers. Both of the police officers lived, but I think one of them, like one or both of them got shot, but they both happened to live. But the guy shot them and got in the car and took off. And so someone was like, this is an example of what can happen when somebody reaches into a car. So it's like, you know what? It is true that it's very true that the simple act of someone reaching into a car can turn deadly very quickly. And you have to understand, without a doubt, cops know about this type of shit. Like, without a doubt, cops are like, they probably are sat down and shown various videos as to, hey, this is what happened. This is what can happen to you. This is what you need to look out for. So you have to think he was probably taught that in situations like that, you have to act a certain way, because cops have lost their lives over split-second decisions. So again, looking at it from the cop point of view, it's understandable why him reaching into the car put them in red, put them instantly in the red into shoot this nigga mode. And then on top of that, again, you have to understand, he has a warrant out for his arrest. They probably are well aware of the charges that have been filed against him. They know he has known to have a gun. So all this information is in his head, and then they see him reaching into the car. But again, the biggest criticism against them is, again, he should have never reached the car to begin with. So there you go. So let's look at it from Jacob's point of view. Now, let's think about his criminal charges, because somebody said something that was interesting to me, right? So you look at a lot of his charges and it seems bad on paper, but you got to wonder, now, is this a situation of domestic abuse or a crazy girlfriend? Now, I'm playing devil's advocate here because I have a friend who has a crazy girlfriend, and he has come to me on multiple occasions talking about how she threatens to call the police and say, I did this and I did that, and and I know this guy, like, he's not that type of dude. I'm hoping, I'm taking his word for it, but I'm sure a lot of brothers know that it's some crazy ass bitches out there, and they either exaggerate certain situations or straight up lie to get a man arrested, or just it's some vindictive women out there that will lie and say and exaggerate and say shit just to get a nigga arrested, just to hurt a man. And so, again, just playing devil's advocate here, because somebody had brought this up. Like, what if he had just a crazy girlfriend, and that's why he has all these domestic abuse charges? Because when you have a crazy girlfriend who always going to the cops and shit, it can make you look really bad. Again, sometimes some niggas really are just abusive, right? But then some bitches are also crazy. So again, just shit happens, right? And also, like, the confrontation at the bar or whatever, where he put a gun out. Again, maybe it was somebody was coming at him the wrong way. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm not trying to say he's a didn't do nothing. But really, shit happens in the hood. You guys would be surprised. Shit really does happen in the hood sometimes, where it's motherfuckers test you, motherfuckers try you, and it just push you over the edge, and you happen to have a gun. So it's like, fuck y'all niggas. How dare you, man? And then it's nigga moments, right? And again, I'm just trying to look at it from his perspective. And again, sometimes shit just happens, right? So let's go to the day of the event. He pulls up. Now, he claims that he went there to break up a fight. Then the cops came and confronted him. And then they ended up getting into it. So you gotta ask, number one, why are you fighting the police? That's the first thing. Why did it escalate to the point of you having to tussle and tangle with police officers? Like, why did it reach that level? I don't know. That's you tell me. But again, that's strike one against Jacob. Why are you fighting the police in the first place? What happened to where, like, y'all had to exchange hands? Then why are you reaching into the car? Okay, why are you walking? And it's just like the memes. Like, I've seen these memes online where it's like, the police officer says, put your hands up, stop, and then the black person does the exact opposite. Like, why can't black people just listen to the police officers, right? So again, that's strike two. Now, the argument that most people make in Jacob's favor is that disobeying police should not warrant a death sentence. And I think that's true. That's true. Like, just it's kind of it's a very iffy situation. And when you talk about cops dealing with criminals, right? Because I think part of the issue here is that when you watch this video, it looks like murder. When you watch this, it looks like murder, right? And that's why people have such a strong emotional response to it. The way that he shot him just doesn't look justifiable, and you got to look at it like this, right? Now, people would say, well, the cop acted in self-defense. But let's say that me, right, or just a normal guy as a civilian has this confrontation with Jacob Blake instead of a police officer. Like, let's remove the badge, remove the uniform. This is just an altercation between two civilians, right? Or two versus one civilians. Now, if I'm having an argument with a guy and then he walks away and is going to his car, and I pull my gun out and walk behind him, and the second he goes into the car, I shoot him, nobody's gonna say that's self-defense. That's it. I'm done. Like, there's no, oh man, Chad Marco acting in self-defense, dude. He followed the guy to the car and then shot him before he even knew the guy had a gun or even touched the gun. No, they're gonna lock my ass up. They're not gonna say that's fucking self-defense. So the way this went down for these police officers, people are saying it's self-defense, but it does not look like self-defense. And that's the problem. It looks like murder. Because had these been just normal people, like two civilians having an argument, and the one civilian shot the other one in the back while he was reaching to his car, that would just be, oh, he murdered him. That wouldn't be self-defense. But because it's a cop, and then there's that aspect of, well, as a cop, you gotta you gotta be on edge. You gotta make split-second decisions. If somebody is doing this, if somebody is, see, the difference between me and a cop is that a police officer can shoot somebody for reaching in their pants. I can't shoot somebody. Like, I can't be arguing with somebody and then shoot them because I saw them reach into their pocket. But a cop can. So part of what this comes down to is that the rules are different for police officers and civilians. Police officers are given extra leeway as far as self-defense. With police officers, they can kill you and murder you simply for looking like you're going to grab a gun. A civilian can't do that. As a civilian, you can't kill someone for looking like they're about to grab a gun. The only, maybe in a situation, because I've seen this one video where a guy walks into a store and then you see him going for the gun, and then the guy at the register sees it, he pulls his gun out and just shoots the guy dead. But by the time he shoots the guy, you see the gun right there, coming out the pants. But I think because he actually had a gun, again, if I walked into the store and I just reached in my pants to grab money and he shot me, oh yeah, they're like, okay, man, what the fuck? You killed this dude. But this guy literally went in there with a gun and is pulling it out, right? But I think that's the difference between a cop and a civilian. Cops don't have to go by the same rules as a civilian as far as self-defense is concerned. They're given extra leeway. They can shoot you just for looking like you about to do shit. A civilian can't do that. Especially if it turns out the motherfucker didn't have nothing. No, you're going to jail, at least for manslaughter. And I think this is why people are having such an emotional response to these videos. I think on one hand, you have people saying, well, why didn't they just listen? Why didn't they just obey what the police said? Why didn't that? And that's understandable, but you also have to realize that when you see the video, when you look at it, it naturally just elicits an emotional response, because it doesn't look like self-defense. It looks like murder. A lot of these videos, even though you can make the argument, why didn't he listen? It still looks like murder. It still looks like the murder of an unarmed man, simply because he looked like he was about to do something, or looked like he was about to do that. And that wouldn't be tolerated for a civilian. A civilian wouldn't get away with shit like that. And that's why people are looking at these videos like this, because it looks like murder. And the reason is because, again, cops have extra leeway when it comes to self-defense that civilians don't have. But I guess in the end, you could say they both fucked up, right? Because the cops, I mean, dude, I could say if it was one of y'all, but it was two of y'all. Like, y'all had every opportunity in the world to stop that man from reaching the car in the first place, right? Like, maybe they need to start training these guys in Brazilian jiu-jitsu or some shit, right? Because he should have never got to the car in the first place, you know? Because even from their perspective, that was dangerous. Like, you should never, like, if it's a gun laying 10 feet away, then why are you gonna let the guy get to the gun, then shoot him? You want to make sure he don't get to the gun first, so you don't gotta shoot him and you don't get shot. So that was a fuck up. That was a fuck up on his part. And then on Jacob Blake, it's like, dude, you just gotta fucking listen. You gotta look. I hate to say it, but you gotta break yourself, dog. When them cops show up, you gotta break yourself, because the fact is, until we have some type of police reform, these cops have a right to kill your ass just for looking like you about to do shit. That's the reality. Right now, these cops can kill you for looking like you're going to do something. So you have to be careful. This shit is real. If you want to keep your life, you better listen. Look, dog. You might want to just go ahead and put your hands on your head. And you might want to just go ahead and get with it, dog. Cause it's real out here, bruh. And I know we got all this Black Lives Matter. You got in the NBA, you got Black Lives Matter across the court. Everybody got the freedom and the reform. How many more jerseys on? You seeing this shit in all the different sports. Like, Black Lives Matter is all over the place and whatnot. But let me tell you, if your ass got killed today, that cop still gonna get away with it, because ain't shit been changed. The shit's still the same. So you need to be really fucking careful, dog, because that's the reality. These cops have a license to kill you just for looking like you're doing. Not because you had a gun, not because because you looked like you were gonna do something. You better not even look like you about. That's the new standard. Don't even look like you about to do something, bro. Like, just, it ain't worth it, dog. It ain't fucking worth it. And until shit gets reformed, until shit changes, that's the reality that we have to live with. Like, it's not worth it, bro. Like, just fucking put your hands on your head, sit down, stay calm. You know, at best, just make sure the people around you are looking out for you. That's the best you can hope. Just hope and make sure, try to get another black person to come over. It's like, hey, pull your phone, like, record this. You just, like, you know, try to And really, that's also something for, even if you're not involved, if you see another black person or whatever, or just a person, not even about black all the time. It's white people who have been killed unjustly by police officers too. So when you see shit like this, when you see a situation where a police officer, where again, even if it don't really look like nothing, just keep an eye out. Maybe just in case, because the reality is these cops have a license to kill, bruh. And they need to be held accountable, and part of that is us looking out for each other, but also you have to break yourself when them cops pull up, right? And it makes me think of I swear, one of the best comedy skits is the Chris Rock skit, where he's trying to tell black people how to not get their ass whooped by the police. And it's really just, it's simple shit like, obey the law. When the police pull you over, turn the music down. Be polite. Be courteous. Is there a problem, officer? Again, a lot of these problems can be mitigated if you just stay calm, be polite, and don't look like you about to do shit. Keep your hands on the wheel. If you ain't in the car, keep your hands on your head. Whatever. Maybe keep your arms folded. Just don't even, just forget that you got pockets. Don't reach for shit. Again, it's real, bro. If you fuck up, they can kill you and get away with it. Facts. They can kill you and get away with it. So be careful. That's the reality. Until we get some reform, that's what you got to deal with. So be careful. They would kill you and go the fuck home. So yeah. Now, last but not least, now this is a big one. God, I got a lot to say about this. So next, I got to talk about the Kenosha riots. Hold up, let me just make sure this shit is still recording. You know how shit be. All right, so, wait, hold on. Okay, so now let's talk about the Kenosha riots. So, after the video of the shooting of Jacob Blake went viral, of course, all hell broke loose. Protests and rioting broke out in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Wait, what? Hold up. Why does Kenosha sound like a ghetto black girl's name? Kenosha. That sounds like, oh man, that's beside the point. So people went to the streets, white, black, mostly young, and what started out as simple gathering and protest quickly escalated into widespread vandalism, looting, violence, and chaos. So the first day was pretty crazy. They had buildings and cars being set on fire, multiple businesses being looted and destroyed. Man, there was this old man I think he was just trying to protect his store. And so there were all these protesters, I'm holding up the quotations. Protesters, they had broken into his store and they were looting, and as they were coming out, he had a fire extinguisher and he was spraying them, and then this dude just ran up and just said bam, knocked his old ass out. I mean, he was on the ground like just looking pitiful, like blood coming out his nose and all that shit. Shit was sad and fucked up, but overall I would say it was a win for Black Lives Matter. I mean, because there wasn't much resistance. They just kind of got away with what they wanted to do. But the second day was different. People were now prepared to defend the various properties and homes from the destruction and thievery of the criminals hiding under the veil of protest. Several young men were seen armed with AR-15s and handguns, body armor, helmets, rations, medical supplies, all kinds of shit, right? So, unfortunately, extreme violence broke out when a man attacked one of the armed young men protecting a car shop, leading the young man to shoot his attacker in the head, in which he died moments later. The shooter, realizing he was outnumbered, fled, only to be chased down by a mob of angry protesters. He tripped and fell, which encouraged the mob to try and jump him while he was vulnerable. But he readied his weapon in time to shoot two of his attackers, blowing a chunk of one's arm off and killing another. He then fled, never to be seen again. The end. Whew. Now, oh my God. Now, you guys know, I love a spectacle, but this is just fucked up. So I think I talked about this before. Taking the protest to the extreme, it has good and bad consequences. Now, the good is that it shows the government that people mean business, because the reality is peaceful protests oftentimes lead to nothing being done. Even the civil rights movement, it started out with sit-ins and boycotts, but what really made America pay attention was when it got violent. You began to see police officers sending the dogs after protesters and spraying them with water hoses and all the fight in the middle of the street. It was like, oh shit, this is a serious situation. It was like, it was do or die. People were willing to die for what they believed in. And, once it gets to that point, it's on. Now, the bad, of course, is that the protesters are destroying the property of people who had absolutely nothing to do with the incidents that caused the protests in the first place. The millions of dollars in property damage and the lives ruined because of violence or theft and destruction has been an unfortunate side effect of the protests. But you also have to keep in mind that groups are made up of individuals. So it's not as if all the protesters are to blame for the chaos. And it's fair to say that a lot of them really aren't protesters, but rather criminals and vandals taking advantage of the mayhem and lack of police presence to do as they please. And another bad thing about it is that the destruction distracts from the positive changes that the protesters wish to be made. Who's going to listen to what you have to say when people are associating your cause with violence and death? Whenever people talk about Black Lives Matter and police reform, they're going to bring up, oh, well, why did you burn down this building? Okay, but like now, a lot of people are they're associating Black Lives Matter with basically domestic terrorism. All this shit is giving it a bad name. So that's not good. And I've done research on the criminal justice system, and what I learned is that it's flawed from top to bottom. I sincerely believe we are long overdue for criminal justice reform. Everything from law enforcement to judges, sentencing laws, and court-appointed lawyers, you name it. But the problem that I've noticed with these recent SJW movements that aim to achieve these reforms is that, first of all, I don't think Black Lives Matter is the ideal vehicle to make these demands. The problem with Black Lives Matter, I feel like the movement itself is divisive, even down to the name. Even though I don't understand the meaning, even though I understand the meaning behind the name, at face value, what it does is cause people to say, well, all lives matter, right? That's the first thing people say. Oh, Black lives matter, but all lives matter. It's a common sense thing, right? Of course, all lives matter, but Black Lives Matter is trying to put focus on, the fact that Black people are still being discriminated against and killed by police officers and whatnot, but because it's focusing on Black issues, people feel like it's trying to take away from the issues that all people are dealing with, and because of that, I feel like it's turning it into a somewhat divisive movement. And then you have all these destructive protests that are associated with the movement as well. And I believe all of this is causing people to be repelled by Black Lives Matter who could otherwise be allies. Another issue is the victims that sparked the most amount of outrage. it seems like it's always someone with a criminal history or someone that's not using common sense when dealing with the police. People look at their character and their actions and say, well, maybe they use excessive force, but he was a scumbag anyway, so who cares? But really, overall, I'm down with the cause as far as like police reform and whatnot. It's just that the platform used to promote the cause is too inharmonious, and I feel like that's gonna slow progress down substantially. So the idea is good. I just don't think Black Lives Matter is the right vehicle. I don't think that's the right bandwagon for it, because it's just at this point it's heavily associated with domestic terrorism, and it makes people feel like its only concern is black people, when people of all colors are being discriminated against. People of all colors are dealing with various issues. But God, this is why I don't like politics. But it's one more thing I gotta talk about as far as the Kenosha riots, right? Is the kid who killed 2 people and injured another. Now, this was another big issue within the issue, right? Because, okay, he killed these 2 people, and people are like, well, now you basically have 2 sides to this, right? Now, on one side, people are saying, well, he acted in self-defense. They attacked him, he shot him, it was self-defense. On the other hand, you have people who are saying that it was murder, that he didn't have any right to take the lives of these guys. So this is a very touchy subject here. And I believe he was arrested. He's being charged. Maybe they're going to charge him with murder or whatnot. Of course, all of this has to be settled in court. But this is a very, very iffy situation right here. So, is it murder or is it self-defense? And so here's the issue with this situation right here. Now, the problem with what he did is this. As we all know, law enforcement does not like vigilantes. I know you like Batman. I know you like Superman, the Punisher, but police officers do not like acts. Police officers typically they hate vigilantes. Now here and this kid is a prime example as to why, because he went out of his way to go to this area where he does not live to protect businesses that he has no personal involvement with. And as a result of that, he got into a confrontation, it escalated, and he ended up taking someone's life. Someone who wasn't armed with anything more than what I heard was a bottle or something, right? Now, people are looking at it and they're like, well, the guy attacked him and then he shot him, so it's self-defense. But the problem and the reason why he's being charged and why he could be in trouble is because he went out of his way to put himself in a situation. Things escalated and he ended up killing somebody. Now, the reason why this isn't cut and clear self-defense is because of this. Now, just for example, right? Let's say that I know that there are these guys selling drugs. And so I go over there and I got my gun and I'm like, hey, that's illegal. Y'all can't sell drugs. And then they're like, fuck you, bitch ass nigga. What the fuck? Man, get the fuck out of my face. And then went on push me or something. I pluck my gun and I shoot him. All right. So the cops are gonna look at it. They're not gonna look at me like I'm a hero. Like, yeah, man, you killed, you got those drugs. No, they're gonna say, why the fuck were you over there? Like, they are going to look so deeply into that altercation and that situation and try and again, I could seriously be in trouble. They're not gonna look at me like I'm a hero because I put myself in that situation. And it escalated towards physical violence, and I ended up taking somebody's life. And so that's similar to what he did. He saw a situation where he knew there might be illegal activity. He went there armed, and then it escalated, and he ended up taking somebody's life. And this is similar to the Ahmaud Arbery case, where the two men, they suspected that Ahmaud was stealing shit or doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. They tracked him down. They confronted him with guns. Things got physical, and they ended up killing him, you know. And see, the problem with vigilantes is that you got to understand, police officers are held to a different standard. For like, police officers are allowed to, yes, exercise self-defense, but there's an expectation for them to escalate the violence level accordingly to the situation, right? So if a guy is just trying to punch them, they're not gonna just immediately. They're not supposed to just immediately pull out the gun and just shoot them. Like if shit gets physical, they're supposed to get physical with hands or club, whatever the fuck physical weapon they got, tasers, pepper spray, whatnot. And this is also typically why they move in groups of at least two, because if it's 1-on-2, typically the two cops are gonna win. You know, even if the criminal is good with the hands, once he gets knocked in the back of the head and the other guy shooting with a taser, there's not much you can do. So again, police officers are trained to handle violent situations in a certain way. So you look at this kid now, let's say, yeah, the guy attacked him, right? But had he been a trained police officer, that police officer might have been, really, for one, if he was a police officer, the guy might not have even tried to attack him, period. Maybe he would have, maybe he wouldn't have. But if he did, the police officer would have had the training to de-escalate the situation without turning to lethal force. He would have been able to fight back. He might have been able to subdue the attacker, maybe shoot him with a taser, maybe just knock his bitch ass out and then put handcuffs on him. It is not normal for a police officer to straight up kill somebody just because they attacked them physically, even if it's with like a bottle or something. Typically, when that happens, they just gonna whoop your ass. They gonna jump you and beat you down. That's usually what happens. You know, of course, we got now these stringer situations where they ended up shooting motherfucker. But that's typically because they believe the person is going for a gun or something, not because they got like a fucking bottle or a skateboard. They're not gonna shoot you because you got a skateboard. Usually they're gonna shoot you because they think you got a gun. So the problem with this is that they're looking at this like, okay, he went out of his way to put himself in this situation where he did not have the training to deal with the situation. And because he didn't have the training to actually deal with the situation, their argument is going to be that he overreacted. He killed someone where in a situation where if a professional was there, they would have been able to de-escalate the situation accordingly, and then those people wouldn't have had to lose their life. Now, the reason why this isn't like you gotta understand, it's a different, like, self-defense. The rules of self-defense are different depending on the situation. when you are acting as a vigilante, the rules of self-defense are different than when you are acting as a civilian. Okay? Now let's break this down. If I'm at my house, if I'm in my home and somebody breaks into my home, like boom, kicked in the door, I got my gun, I can shoot that motherfucker dead. It don't matter if he got a gun or not. He could have half a skateboard, but I can shoot him dead because I'm a civilian. I'm on my property. I'm fearful of my life. I'm not obligated to say, does he have a gun? Like, I'm not obligated to figure out whether or not he got a gun, who he is, or what his intentions are. Somebody just kicked in my door. I have a right to defend my home and myself. I'm acting as a civilian. The rules of self-defense are very loose. You are allowed to overreact when you are acting as a civilian. When somebody attacks you as a civilian, then it's pretty much free game. Somebody break into your house, or somebody's on your property, or somebody's attacking you while you're just going, like, even if like you're just in your car, right? And you happen to have a gun, and somebody just get in your car and start punching you. You can pull your gun out and just boom, boom, boom. Because again, you didn't put yourself in that situation. You're a civilian. Somebody attacks you. You are allowed to act in an extreme way because you did not put yourself in a situation. Like, you didn't act as a vigilante. Like, law enforcement can't say like, oh, well, I know you're an 80-year-old woman, but you can't just shoot this thug dead because he attacked you physically. No, she can, she can shoot that motherfucker dead because she is a old ass civilian. She can overreact. It's not overreacting really, but she can act with the utmost amount of lethal force when somebody attacks her because she is a civilian. But when you act as a vigilante, it's different because you put yourself in that situation. You put yourself in harm's way knowingly. And so now they're holding you to a higher standard, because if they don't, then that means that anybody could act as a vigilante, escalate the situation, and then kill any criminal that they want to. That's why he's in trouble. And again, I'm not saying whether or not he should be charged. Again, it's such a delicate situation. I can't even really sit here and say whether or not he should be charged with this or that, or what his punishment could be. It's just that I saw so many people who didn't understand why he was in trouble, and it's like they don't get why law enforcement does not like people acting as vigilantes. This is exactly why, because if they just allow people to do this, then that means anybody can put themselves in a situation where they know there's criminal activity, and once things are escalated, act with the utmost extreme lethal force, which is not good, because that means, again, you can put yourself in any situation, and the second somebody try you, boom, 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 boom. Like, I know the perfect example. I know a guy years ago. One of his friends got into a physical altercation with another guy. And so he came with his gun. And so he started losing the fight. And then he shot the guy dead. And so, but right now, he's got life in prison. So they didn't look at that like, oh, well, you were defending your friend. No, he went out of his way to get into this fight. He was losing, pulled out a gun, shot the dude. And now he's serving life in prison. When instead, what he could have did was just call the police. Hey, my friend's being attacked. Get the police over there. Boom. You know? But again, when you're acting as a vigilante, the rules are different. The rules are different. And that's why he's in trouble. So I'm not going to say what should or shouldn't happen to him. I'm just saying it's going to be interesting to see how this case plays out, because this shit right here is very iffy, man. So it's going to be interesting to see. But Oh my God, man. 2020, man. This is a curse year, bro. We got 3 months to go. I'm scared. Man, 2020 is cursed, man. Shit is crazy. And I think it's still protesting shit going on. And in sports, you see all the people with the different Black Lives Matter shit going on. It's wild, bro. Then you got the election going on. It's crazy, bro. But I've been going on and on. Frienders over there asleep. I hope you guys enjoyed the news segment. Next, I'm gonna have a bit of OC for you guys. We got a lot of like vocal music today. But yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of OC and then we're gonna get into the main topic. And yeah, so just stay tuned. Whew. Okay, so welcome back, guys. As you already know, this episode is called Oreo Man. Now, if you remember, on one of my earliest episodes, I did a segment on a young black man, named Kent. Now, Kent, as well as Oreo Man and several other black guys, they're a part of what is called the Black Incel group on YouTube. The main ones are, of course, Kent, Oreo Man, who we're going to be discussing today. Another one is Baraka, Infinite, Jamil. It's about 6 or 7 big names in the black incel community. So like I said earlier, I did a segment on Kent before, and I figured, you know what, I want to dive back into the black incel community, because really what happened was I was having a conversation with a friend of the channel, and he told me that he found me because of the Kent song, which he clicked on because he was into that whole black incel community thing and just how hilarious those guys are. And that kind of reminded me about the whole, there's a channel called You Wouldn't Like Me When I Get Gutter, which is pretty much the archive of all these black incels videos and whatnot. So I went there and I just started watching some stuff, and I swear, dude, the funniest one out of all those guys has got to be Brandon or Oreo Man. I'm not exactly sure what his exact alias is. I believe it's Oreo Man, but I think his actual name is Brandon. So I've just been watching his videos, and I was like, man, I got to do a segment on this guy, but it's not gonna be as in depth as it was with Kent, because I'm kind of just putting this together to spur of the moment because I want to get this episode out. But what I'm going to do is, because I've seen other people do this with the black incels, right? Or really just in general, like, YouTube bullshit. You get somebody's video, you play it, and you stop it, you comment on what they're saying and what their ideas are and their views. And I feel like it could be interesting because of who I am and my situation, I could have easily been just like these guys. I wouldn't say the polar opposite, because it's not like I'm getting pussy, but in terms of being in the same situation but having a very different outlook on life and myself especially. And so I just feel like it would be interesting to watch. I'm just gonna go through a couple of Oreo Man's videos and just give my thoughts on the stuff he's saying, his views, his perspective, and whatnot. Because I feel like it could be interesting because, similar situations as far as being a virgin and, loser black guy and whatnot. It's just that I'm positive as fuck for the most part. And these guys are really just almost absurdly negative. And Brandon especially. The thing about Brandon, I mean, he's so negative. I'm not even sure whether or not it's an act or not. That's it, because some of the shit he says is just so self-deprecating so self-degrading. Just he can be like, he's so mean to himself. The shit that he says about himself, man. Like, I remember one time he was like, if I go to prison, I hope they fuck me in my ass and slit my throat. Like, I mean, that guy is really brutal towards himself. It's crazy. It's like, a part of me feels like a part of me wonders, is he doing a comedy skit or some type of routine? I don't know. But I'm going to just watch a couple of his videos and we're just going to go through this shit together. I don't know if I'll play the actual video on my podcast. I might just have the audio on the podcast. But it's all the same. Oh yeah, and if the audio sounds different, that's because I'm recording this on my other laptop, in a different program in the kitchen. Because I was just doing a video game playthrough, and I figured I'd just go ahead and just knock this out right now instead of going to my studio room. So I apologize if the quality is a bit different, but just bear with me. So for the first video, I'm going to, let me see, I got a couple of them. Where should we start with Brandon? Let's just go in a row here. Okay, so this video is called "Be Yourself, Bullshit Advice."
The lamest advice of all time. I'm going to talk about the lamest advice of all time. You know what the lamest advice of all time is? The lamest advice of all time is when people tell you to be yourself. When people tell you that you need confidence when it comes to attracting a mate or someone to you. Loving yourself, feeling good about who you are as a man, that has nothing to do with attracting anyone to you.
Okay, pause. I gotta check you there, Oreo Man. Now, the thing about Brandon, having listened to some of his videos, I noticed that he says some of the things he says I kind of agree with, and a lot of what he says I don't. And like right here is an example where he says like, okay, like be yourself is shitty advice. And I think in that, like there he kind of has a point because not saying there isn't value in being yourself. Like for me, that's rule number one. But it's like when you're talking about attracting someone, who you are, your true self might not be what that other person is into. And so as far as that being the advice to attract people, I don't think that's necessarily good advice if you're talking about just maximizing your chances of finding a girlfriend or getting a mate or whatnot. Honestly, and this isn't my way of doing, like this wouldn't be my way of doing things, but you're probably better off, behaving in such a way that the person you want to fuck wants you to behave. I mean, that's if you're trying to sell your soul. Like I'm not saying do that, but I'm saying like if you're giving advice to someone to get, like you want them to get pussy, you probably shouldn't tell them to be themselves unless like you want them to find like their soulmate or some shit like that. But then he goes on to say that loving yourself and whatnot has nothing to do with it. And there I definitely disagree. I think one of the biggest problems that I see with these guys is like they have, I don't like the word personality. I like to say like attitude and energy. Like attitude and energy I feel like better describes the issue that these guys have. Because when you think of personality, I think you start to think of things like morality. And morality doesn't really have much to do with getting laid. And that's why I don't like the word personality when people are talking about, like dating and whatnot. I think it's more about your attitude and your energy. And when you're a guy that when you love yourself, you feel good about yourself, then that elevates your energy towards being more positive. And positive energy is attractive. You know, arrogant energy, boastful energy. Like women like that type of cocky shit. So that's why I feel like feeling good about yourself, loving yourself, definitely contributes to being attractive to women. It's not the end all be all, but I feel like how you feel about yourself determines a great deal of what your attitude is. And if if you have a negative attitude about yourself, then you know people aren't gonna really want to be around you and shit.
And as a man, you can't make yourself attractive to anyone. You cannot. Um, I feel the lamest advice that people have always given, and I've always thought this to be lame advice, when people tell you to be yourself when it comes to women. People fail to realize when it comes to attracting a partner, it's not about being yourself. It's all about being the person's type. It's all about first being what the person wants you to look like. That's really what it's all about. You first.
And see, that's exactly what I just mentioned. See, on that point, on that point, I certainly agree. When you're talking about just the raw game of attraction, it's not so much about being yourself. Being yourself has merit and value, and it's certainly more important to some people than others. But when you're talking about attracting someone, I mean, just think about it. What do you always hear guys say? They always say, how do I talk to girls? You know, but why do you never hear girls say shit like that? You notice that you never hear girls say, how do I talk to guys? How do I talk to boys? For the most part, I'm sure some bitch, you know, is fucking retarded. But for the most part, that's something that men ask, and that's because when you're dealing with women, not all women are the same, but you know there are a lot of similarities between women and what's generally considered to be attractive to women. We all know these traits like confidence and height, money. It's certain behaviors, certain physical traits, certain personality traits and whatnot. They're just more attractive to most women than others. And when you're talking about game, whether it's like red pill, PUA shit, pimp shit, whatever, or just simple, you know, how do I talk to girls? Guys are gonna give you a blueprint that generally works, and but once you step into that territory, are you really being yourself anymore? If what you say and how you carry yourself is just, if you change all that around to cater to women, are you really being yourself anymore? And I think that's the question you have to ask yourself. You know, certainly when dealing with different people, you know, like no one is always the same with everyone. You know, usually, you're not gonna talk with your parents the same way you talk to your friends. You're not gonna talk to your friends the same way you talk to a female. But it seems like when it comes to attracting women, you really have to put yourself into like this almost like, I don't want to say like robotic, but it's like this blueprint of how a man should act and how women expect men to act, and it's like you kind of have to fall in line with that if you want to maximize your chances of getting pussy. And it's like at that point, like again, are you really being yourself?
It's got to be that person's type. I don't understand why people don't get this. That you got to be somebody's type. When it comes to women, it's about being their type. It ain't about no confidence. It ain't about it ain't about none of that bullshit. It's all about being the person's type. And for you bitches who always telling me that I'm good looking, why don't you inbox me so we can meet up and you can give me some Valentine's Day sex? I I can't stand bitches telling me that I'm handsome. If I'm handsome, you'll give me some ass and you'll give me a fucking relationship. You know, women have gotten men deceived. Women have gotten men very deceived. This whole idea of confidence, loving yourself, respecting yourself as a man, that has nothing to do with attracting no fucking female. And women will always say they don't care about looks, but they do care about looks. Women are visual too. They are emotional, they are visual too. And they gotta like what they see when it comes to choosing a man. And for the record, men need to really look at this as well. We as men don't choose women. Women choose us. Women are the choosers. I hope.
Now, here's a point that I kind of agree with and I kind of don't. The whole, women are the sexual selectors, women are the choosers and whatnot. I think it goes back to what I was talking about when I was talking about, you know, the whole idea about, it being a man's job to approach women and whatnot, and how it's not about men. It's not about it's the man's job and whatnot. It's about value and whatnot. And I think when you're talking about choosing, like who's the sexual selector, who's the chooser, I think really both men and women are sexual selectors in a way. It's just that because on average, women have more value than the average woman has more value than the average man. Then, typically speaking, she has more options to pick from. Like, and I think a lot of guys they're in a position where, like myself, for example, I have zero options. I have no options. Like, I cannot sit here and say, I'm definitely not a chooser. I'm not a selector in any sort of, like, I ain't got shit to select. But, and I know this is an extreme example, but someone like Drake, for instance, Drake the rapper, I feel like someone like him, he's just as much a selector as a woman is. I mean, yeah, like women are choosing him technically because he's famous and whatnot. But on the other side of that coin, he gets to choose between all the women that have chosen you. So, chosen him. So it's like, I don't think it's necessarily that women are the only ones selecting. I think it's all about who has value, who has the options, and then because when you have options, that's when now you are a chooser. Now you are a sexual selector. You have options to choose from. You are a chooser now. And I think the thing is, a lot of guys just don't have enough options to where they feel like they are choosing. A lot of guys are not in a situation where it's like, well, I got Keisha, I got Tanya, and then there's Pam. Keisha, she got a nice car, but Pam suck a mean dick. Most guys are not in a situation like that. Like, most guys are going for like one girl, maybe, and then work on that girl. It don't work out. Then maybe run into another girl a year later, and then somehow he gets lucky. Now he got like two different girls to choose from. But for the average woman, it's like, I don't know. I don't want to over exaggerate, but I think it's fair to say, like, for the average woman, like, not, well, average in America is a lot of fat bitches, but I'm saying, like, in terms of like just it's a shame because in America, fat is average, but it shouldn't be. So I'm saying average in terms of like looks, like not fat, but like a plain Jane type chick, right? A chick like that who takes advantage of social media, has a job, goes to school and whatnot. I think it's fair to say like she has at least like 50 options, right? Bare minimum, right? So when you have that, when you have those amount of options, obviously you look like a selector. You feel like a selector. You look like a chooser. You feel like a chooser. And with men, it's like at best the average man might have like 2 or 3 chicks to choose from, and one of them fat and shit. So it's like, I just think because of how much value women have, that's why they are labeled as the sexual selectors. But I think if you really, if you really get technical about it, men can be just as much selectors as women. They just have to be attractive enough to have as many options as women. But at the end of the day, attraction is a two-way street. You know, like both people have to like each other to get chose. You know, so
Men are watching this video and taking notes. Women are the choosers, and women choose men. A man doesn't choose the woman that he wants. The woman has to choose him. So as a man, if no woman is choosing to be with you, then you're not going to have companionship. Because looks and money is all women care about. Women are all shallow pieces of shit. And I don't believe a woman would ever love a man for who he is. No woman would ever love a man for who he is. Ever. They would never love a man for who he is. All women are shallow pieces of shit. And that's just the way I see it. I don't believe a woman can love a man for himself. And I feel when people tell you to be yourself, that's bullshit. You first gotta be the woman's type. That's lame ass advice. Oh, just be yourself. Oh, don't worry about women. Oh, just be yourself. And you'll have women tell you to be yourself as well. Be yourself. That's bullshit advice. Fuck being yourself. When it comes to attracting a mate to you, it is not about being yourself. It's all about being the individual's type. You first gotta be that woman's type. It ain't about being your fucking self. I never understood why people want to say be yourself.
well, see, and just getting back to the whole be yourself thing, like for me, that's rule number one. And I think back to when I was in like high school and shit, like thinking about shit like this, you know, where I'll never forget, for example, I remember there was this guy, I wouldn't say we were friends, but we were like associates. And I remember I was hanging out with him one time. He had a girlfriend. I was hanging out with him one time and it was just me and him. And, you know, it was cool, friendly, buddy shit. And then I remember I was around him when he was around his girl. And like his whole demeanor and energy was different. It was like he was trying to like not like fuck with me, but it was like he was looking down at me or something. Like the energy was just different. It was like he was looking at me like you goofball or whatever, you know? And that was one of the earliest moments where I realized that men change up their whole behavior around females, you know, because they got to maintain. I mean, I'm sure you guys know about alpha male strategies, AMS. He calls it, what's the shit? What do he call it? Masculine frame. I think in that moment, my associate, again, I can't really call him a friend, but my associate, he was in like masculine frame around his girl, you know. So around me, like I guess he saw me not necessarily as competition, but it's like, you know, I'm protecting my girl from all these niggas around here, so I gotta look at you this way and shit. Even though just yesterday we were like buddy. And I see that too, like even now with one of my friends, it's like we'll be hanging out, you know, just clowning around, having fun, joking and shit. And then this girl will call it and he like, hello. You know, the voice gets way deeper and whatnot. Again, like his whole energy just like changes, and it's like I understand that, but I guess with me, I'm most comfortable when I'm being myself. I hate being in situations where I have to be on guard. I hate being in situations where I can't relax, and I'm most relaxed when I'm just being me. And so I can imagine being with a girl in a relationship, and every time I'm around her, and you guys know when you're in a relationship, well, we don't know, but we see. Oh, we're lonely. But yeah, from what I understand, women, when you're in a relationship, women, they demand a lot of time. They want a lot of they want to spend a lot of time with you. And so it's like I gotta think about shit like that. Like I like being myself, dude. I like being comfortable. I don't like have to walk around with my chest puffed out all day. Oh, I'm a big buff, masculine frame man. You know, I like being relaxed and having fun and being laid back and chilling out, cracking jokes and shit. I'm that type of guy. And it's like I would hate to be in a relationship where I can't just be that. Like I can't just be relaxed. Like relaxed old me. I gotta put on this fucking masculine front all day so this girl can remain attracted to me. You know. But this goes back to what I was saying though. Is like the value of being yourself is pros and cons to it. The cons, the pros, the cons. Let's start with the cons. The cons, the con of it is that always being yourself, if you're not flexible, especially with women, if you don't allow yourself to be flexible enough to sort of mold your behavior according to what they want, then you miss out on opportunities. Because again, women have a lot of options. So, and I was going to go on a whole nother tangent, but I'm going to keep it simple. But, you know, women have a lot of options. So if you do any little thing that makes her lose a significant amount of attraction to you, that's it. Because she has other guys to go to. You know, one moment where you just don't look as cool as she thought you was, and now it's like, well, fuck it, I got 10 other dudes, you know, who's way cooler than this guy, so fuck him. You know, so if you stick to the rule of always trying to be yourself as much as you can, then that will repel certain women because again, there are guys out there who are willing to sell their fucking soul for pussy. There's guys out there who would do anything. They will behave like a total jackass if they have to impress a girl. And you're competing with these guys, and you're not willing to sell a little soul for the pussy. Like you're gonna miss out. And so that's the bad thing about it. But I feel like the good thing about sticking to the rule of being yourself is that when it comes down to it, if you ever do get into a relationship, then at least you're with somebody that's comfortable with you as you are. Like they are comfortable with the you that you are most comfortable being, you know? Not the masculine frame you, not the Casanova you, nothing, just you as you are, flaws and all, you know? And I feel like that's probably better for long-term relationship. That's probably better for long-term compatibility. But if you're just looking for hookups, then why not be like fucking Liquid Metal? The fuck what was the shit? The T-1000? Or was it, what the fuck was the shit that Terminator was fighting? It was like Liquid Metal. That motherfucker, you know, like some guys, they like the, like some guys are like just Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator. I'm just a stiff ass robot. This is me, motherfucker. But then you got other guys, they like the Liquid Metal motherfucker. Just, I'm a cop 1 minute, then I'm a security guard, and I'm a bitch. I got a katana on, motherfucker. Like, you know, some dudes just switch it up however they need to, whichever way however the girl want them to act, that's how they gonna act. So, but again, the bad thing about it, you missed out on opportunities. But the good thing about it is that if you do get into a relationship, at least you know you're with somebody who's comfortable with you as you are. You know, your raw self, you without the mask.
That's bullshit. Be yourself. That's lame advice. Be yourself. If I had one wish, I wish I wasn't myself. I wish I was Tiger or Chris Brown. Because women love them niggas. I hate who the fuck I am. I'm a piece of shit. You know? Too bad. It's kind of off topic. Too bad that the Falcons lost. But, you know, the Patriots caught up to them. But, you know, I don't have no pride about myself as a man. I know I'm a piece of fucking shit. And if I had shit my way, I wish I never did fucking exist. I wish my mother would have never gave birth to my pathetic bitch ass. I wish my mother would have never given birth to my pathetic bitch ass.
Oh God. Mm-hmm.
And I really feel that way. I wish.
See that's why I say, man, like I can't tell if this dude is serious, bro. Because just come on, like I understand self-loathing, and self-hatred and whatnot, but this guy, he takes it to such an extreme, like. But it's kind of funny because if I'm to be honest, like I can remember a time where I kind of felt that way. I don't think I ever hit this level. Like it seems like with these guys, like they stay in these states of like mega depression. Like I would be like this, like I'm a bitch ass nigga. I'd be like that for like fucking 3 hours. Then I'm working out. I'm working out. I can't stay down like in that pit for too long. Cause once I'm there, it's like, well, now what, nigga? Like, you got to get up. You got to, do something. Shit, work out, do some push-ups. Read a book, go outside, clean up. Make a beat. Like, I get down, then I get up. But it seems like these guys, they stay in these negative states for so long, man. And that's really bad. Like, you hate yourself so much, you don't want to be yourself. Like, honestly, at this point, I wouldn't want to be anybody but me. I don't want to be Wiz Khalifa. I don't want to be Brad Pitt. I don't want to be lit. Like, I don't want to be none of them motherfuckers. I want to be Chad Marker. I want to be me, like, flaws and all. Like, I just want to be who I am because I want, like, I think back to this Jackie Chan quote that I see posted every now and then. It's something he posted on Twitter where I think he was like, something like, be yourself because you're the only you in the world. Some shit. I'm fucking it up. But that quote really touches me deeply, yo. Like, I love that quote so much. Be yourself because you're the only you. Like, that, to me, that means a lot to me. Like, I might not have what other guys have. I might not be as attractive. I might not be as tough. I might not be as intelligent. I might not be as wealthy. I might not have no bitch with a jumbo honey bun booty bouncing on my dick. But I'm the only Chad Marco in the world. Like, I have the responsibility of being Chad Marco. Like, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I have it all to myself. I cherish that. Like, I love being me. I love being Chad Marco. And seeing shit like this, man, where you hate yourself that much, like, even as depressed as I got, I don't think I ever hit as low as these guys get, man. But oh well.
My mother would have never given birth to me. I wish I never did exist because I know I'm a piece of shit anyway. And I can't stand when people say, "Oh, just be yourself" when it comes to women. I mean, that is lame advice. Oh, just.
Okay, so he's kind of going in circles here. So let's move on to another video. Okay. Ben wrote off. This video is called Ben wrote off. Oh, man.
What's good, YouTube?
I'm gonna turn it down a little bit.
It's Brandon back at you guys.
Brandon.
Video. And I just want to talk about
Yeah, man, drink that water. That's step one.
I want to talk about when you're a guy, right?
Right?
When you're a man that's been rode off by women. I finally come to a realization that maybe certain men have been rode off by women. Because I mean, you look at, certain guys, I mean, even with Elliot Rodgers, you just look at certain dude.
Shout out to Elliot Rodgers.
Who are seen as, lames or oddballs to women. I feel like, when you're a guy, that's been labeled by women and you've been rode off by women, I don't believe it's anything you can do to better your situation as a man. You just gonna have to get used to having a hard dick and nobody to satisfy you for the rest of your life. And I just gotta be blunt. I personally, feel like when you're a guy that women deem as lame, you know, I don't think it's anything that you can do to better your life as a man. You know, even if you're a guy who has a nice personality, because I feel that I have a nice personality, you know, but evidently women don't.
It almost seemed like he about to cry a little bit, don't it? I mean, I don't mean to laugh, but it kind of sounded like he about to tear up a little.
See it, you know.
Yeah, like look at he wiping his eyes. Like I think I think he's really. Oh man, this is some tear jerking shit now.
I just feel like when you've been rolled off by women, is nothing that you can do to better the situation.
I can see the tears.
I mean, so many guys
Let it out,
will
dog.
always blame you for not having the level of success that you want to have with females. But I feel like, you know, when you're a guy, you know, that women don't see as attractive, you know, when you're a guy that women just don't find appealing, you know, in any way, shape, or form, you know, I don't think it's anything that you can really do to better your situation. You know, I really and truly don't think, you know, you can do anything to better, you know, your reality. You know, when you're a guy that women are just not feeling like that. You know, I mean, it doesn't matter if you elevate financially. It doesn't matter if you get closer to God. It doesn't matter if you wear nice cologne. It doesn't matter if you invest in nice clothes. It doesn't matter if you wash your ass 3 times a day and you brush your teeth 3 times a day. You know, when you're a guy, you know, that women are just not feeling like that,
You know.
it's game over for you. And you have so many men who will tell you you gotta have game, you gotta have confidence, you know, and all of that bullshit. But when you're a guy that's been stereotyped out by women, I don't really think it's anything you can do to better your situation.
Okay, so let's stop there. Okay, so I disagree with that general notion that, you know, you might be, you know, but yeah, I disagree with that claim that you can't go from a guy that is generally unsuccessful with women to someone that is. I do believe in a such thing as like a late bloomer. Now this situation isn't extreme. But I had a friend who he didn't lose his virginity until he went to college. Now that doesn't seem that bad. That's borderline normal, but I mean, when I look at how he was in like middle school and high school, well, really looking at him from like elementary to middle to high school, I seen him evolve over the years. And certainly by high school, the pussy getting motherfuckers was already in full swing. Like they were already knocking bitches down like it won't nothing. Obviously, I wasn't one of those guys, and my friend wasn't either. But I think the difference between me and him was that he was certainly on the upward trajectory. He went from certainly being one of the guys that girls didn't really, at least from what I understand. I mean, it wasn't like he would get no pussy, so I gotta assume that he wasn't a guy that girls were really checking for. But towards the end of high school, he got his first date. Didn't lead anything, but it was his first date. And then in college, he lost his virginity. So I think like that's one of the like that's a good example of a man starting off pretty much a zero to women, but you know, just through time and effort and his particular chosen path in life that helped him grow as a man. By the time he was in college, he was pretty much like he was in full bloom, and he started knocking bitches down. But even on 4chan, I see stories all the time about guys who are like, mid 20s, late 20s, early 30s, like finally lose their virginity or get into a relationship, and it's usually after like years of self improvement. It's like guys they stop with the bitching, they hit the gym, they watch what they eat, they get a job, they get a car, they get a place, and they do this, they do that, and eventually shit just starts working out for them. So I certainly don't believe that. I certainly don't believe that just because you might be a guy that's not attractive to women now doesn't necessarily mean that you can't become that, But at the same time, like I look at my own situation and, excuse me, and I, like I'm not a bad looking dude, right? And every now and then I'll talk to friends of the channel and they'll say like, man, how are you still a virgin? Like, it's not like you're ugly. You got such a positive attitude. And this is where I gotta kind of agree with Brandon in a way. It's like, I feel like I was that guy that was totally wrote off by women when I was in school, at least for the most part. And it's like, as much as I've changed since then, nothing has really happened for me in terms of like dating and sex. And I know, like, of course, I don't try. So I'm not complaining, but it's still weird to me a little bit, like, that. I mean, it's really crazy to me how just as a man, like if you don't put any effort into it, it just literally won't happen. It's just, I'm okay with things as they are. Like, again, I don't really mind being a virgin. I don't mind being single, but it still kind of weirds me out sometimes how easy it is. it kind of freaks me out a little bit how easy it is to remain in this state of being, of women really not giving a fuck about you for the most part, despite how much you self-improve, despite how much you grow as an individual. So on one hand, I don't agree with it, but it's like my own experience because I see it with other guys. That's why I know it's not true. But in my own situations, like it's kind of like I feel like, shit, man. As much as I have evolved from the boy I used to be, it's just it certainly hasn't been enough to land my dick in any pussy. So I don't know, man.
I mean, I look at guys like myself, Kent, Jamil, Baraka, Infinite. I look at guys like us, we're just a bunch of losers. I mean, we're guys that women evidently not feeling like that. Women don't find us attractive. Women see us as fucking lame. So when you're a guy that women see as lame and just a whack ass dude, I personally don't believe there's anything you can do to change your situation. And it's kind of like, I'm going to give you guys an analogy. It's kind of like someone having HIV. No matter how the person chooses to work out, eat right, no matter what decisions the person may make in their life, they're still going to be HIV positive. It doesn't matter if they work out every day, eat healthy, whatever the fuck they do, they're still gonna have HIV. So it's kind of like dudes who are just losers to women. It doesn't matter what the fuck you do. It doesn't matter if you buy some $300 Jordans. It doesn't matter if you buy you some Ferragamo shoes. God knows I want some Ferragamo shoes. It doesn't matter what the fuck you do. When you're a dude that's a fucking loser to women, it's game over for you.
But see, now think about what he just said, though. I mean, even take a guy like him. I don't mean to say that like that, but I mean, come on. He's saying it his fucking self, man. Shit, fuck me in the ass, slit my throat. But yeah, take a guy like him. He wins the lottery. $1 million. You telling me bitches wouldn't fuck with him? Yeah. And now I know that's the extreme scenario, but I'm just using that as an example. It's not near like being in a situation like his isn't nearly as fatal as like having fucking AIDS in 1986. like it's not like it's ways out of it. Now I'm definitely not one of the guys that's like it's somebody for everybody. Don't get me wrong on that. I'm just saying that if this motherfucker won the lottery, I bet you I bet you he could again, I don't know exactly how assertive he is as far as like actually approaching women and whatnot. I believe he has tried talking to women and approach women and whatnot. But I'm just saying if he had like if he was balling out of fucking control, it's hard to imagine that he wouldn't at least be able to attract a gold digger. Is what I'm trying to say, you know.
And this is what a lot of guys who get bitches don't understand. You know, that's the best analogy that I can give you. When you have HIV, it doesn't matter what the fuck you do, you still have HIV. You're still infected with a life-threatening disease. You're still gonna have to take 30 fucking pills so you can remain in good health for the rest of your life. You know, I mean, when you're a guy, you know, that's deemed as unattractive to women, it doesn't matter what you do as far as like trying to better your situation. You know, it doesn't matter what you do, what kind of clothes you wear, you know, it doesn't matter what you do. When you're a guy that women obviously not feeling like that, you're fucked up. And you have to realize.
I just zoned out for a little bit. I was just thinking about like what it would be like to have HIV like this dude. Man, this dude got me fucking tripping. I'm sitting here looking at my hands like, damn, like imagine having whole HIV. Like that shit never going nowhere. Oh my God.
That you're fucked up and nothing that you do will ever get better for you. I've told you guys, I'm 27. I never fucked no women. I haven't dated a girl in 8 years. You know, I haven't had pussy since pussy had me. You know, I'm just a real fucked up kind of nigga. You know, and I get on camera and just show my face because I don't give a fuck. Because I know that I'm fucked up and I'm going to be fucked up for a long time. And I've accepted that this is my life. You know, in 3 more years, I'll be 30 and I'll probably still be in the same situation. So, you know, I just want guys to understand that, you know, when you're a guy that's been labeled and stereotyped out by women, it doesn't matter what you do as a man, you're going to always be seen as that square.
You know what's funny though? I just thought about it, and I mentioned this earlier, but I said that, well, I don't believe that it's a lost cause for guys just because they're unattractive. One day doesn't mean they can't be attractive, or, you know, later on in life. But it made me think about something that one of my friends told me. He was trying to break it down how he believed that I have a decent amount of pussy getting potential. And one of the things he said that I would have to do, I would have to go to a different area. And I know what he meant. I think that the girls of my generation, the girls of my peer group, they know me as Chad Marco from elementary school, middle school, high school. And boy, was I a cringe. I was, oh God, man. Like, just my school life it's like a cringe montage. You know how in Rocky, he has the training montage before the big fight. My whole school career was like just a cringe montage. And any girl that remembers me from that time, it probably doesn't matter how much I evolve, how much I change. Like, they saw me at my absolute worst, and I don't think that there's any recovering from that. But this plays into what he's talking about, though. It's like, once a girl kind of, I think there is some truth to what he's saying. Like, at least as far as you being in a particular location and women of your peer group, women of your generation, knowing you as that loser, even if you evolve beyond that, even if you grow past that, it can be hard for them to view you any other way. Even if you do change your ways and whatnot, I think it can be hard for them to not see you as how they remembered you. It's going to be hard for them to erase the perspective of you when you were at your worst. And I think that can really hurt you in terms of like dating and trying to get a girlfriend and whatnot. If you live in an area, the same area that you grew up in, and it's the same chicks, the same niggas, and you know, people remember you from school and all the embarrassing shit you did and whatnot, and who you was and who you wasn't and all that. I think that really can hurt your reputation enough that a lot of women won't want to fuck with you, even if you do get your shit together and whatnot.
You're gonna always be seen as that lame dude. If I was to go buy a suit from Salvatore Ferragamo for $3,000, if I had that kind of money, I'd still be a bitch ass nigga. I hate to say that about myself, but I'd still be a fuck nigga. Because women have deemed me as unattractive. I'd still be a piece of shit, nothing ass nigga. And it took me a while to understand that. When you're a guy that women feel is lame, it doesn't matter what the fuck you do. It doesn't matter what the fuck you do. When my uncle gave me a Movado for my 25th birthday, I wear that watch. I love Movado. I love watches. I think watches are just a great staple in a man's wardrobe. But I know I'm a fucking loser. It doesn't matter what the fuck I do, I'm still gonna be that fuck nigga. That chump, that sucker ass nigga that gets no pussy, that no women wanna fuck with, that's single, twiddling his thumbs every fucking Saturday night with no fucking date. I mean, I haven't dated a woman in 8 years. I'm a total fucking loser. I'll never get married. I'll never have children. I'll never reproduce my seed. I'm just one big fuck up. That's really what I see myself as. I mean, just because I have a lot of good things going on in my life, I can still be fucked up. I mean, if you're a guy and you haven't had a lot of success in your love life, that just means you a loser. That's all that means. If you're a guy that's well over the age of 18 and you have not fucked a lot of women, you haven't dated a lot of women, that's just the indicator to you that you ain't shit. That's all that means. You ain't shit as a person. You're a fucking loser.
Oh, God. You know, as much as I hate to admit it, I think there is an uncomfortable amount of truth in that, you know? I've never been one to believe that I needed to be validated by women to be a success. I never felt like I need a girlfriend or I need sex to feel good about myself and whatnot. But I think it's undeniable that there is a correlation between being a winner and being successful and being successful with women at the same time. I think these things tend to go together because women, they like winners. They like guys who have a great deal of success. And, you know, I look at my own situation. I feel like most of the progress that I've made as a man has been very personal. Like my own, the way I feel about myself, my attitude spiritually and whatnot. That's where I've had the greatest amount of growth personally, but the reality is, like, I don't have a job. I don't have much money. I don't have a car. I don't have my own place. Like, I don't have a lot of the things that would classify me as being a winner or a success, you know. And I don't want, when I say this, I don't want it to get misinterpreted, but I think it would be fair to say that someone like me is a loser. But like, I feel like this, like, I feel like it's almost like I'm on a basketball team, right? And we get our ass whooped. we getting our ass kicked. We ain't made it to the playoffs and I don't know how long. But despite all that, it's like the energy is still positive. That's how I feel. I feel like a positive loser. Like, I lose so much, but I never give up. I keep trying to be better. I keep trying to fix my mistakes. I keep trying to undo all my bad habits. I keep trying and trying and trying. And I feel immensely positive. I still feel positive about the future because I look at all the progress that I've made. I mean, you guys just can imagine how bad I used to be. You know, I think the average person will look at me and then be like, you know, well, he ain't shit. But I know, I know what I've come from. I know how much I evolved, and I've come a long way. It's just that the standards in our society is just you know, it's higher than what I've managed to achieve. But I still managed to come so far that I feel like I can achieve great things. But you know, I think it's the fact of the matter is, if I had my shit together, I probably would have already lost my virginity by now. I probably would have already had a girlfriend by now. But at the same time, when I also look back on it, it's not even as bad as I was, as much of a loser as I am. I still could have got, honestly, I still could have got laid. I still could have probably had girlfriends and whatnot. It's just that it probably wouldn't have been under the ideal circumstances. It probably wouldn't have been with the women I really wanted to be with. And if I'm going to be totally honest, it's not really what I even needed to begin with. If I'm a fucking loser, then what the fuck am I doing worrying about getting pussy? Why if I'm a loser, why the fuck am I fucking? that don't make no sense. So that and that's kind of where I draw the line. That's where I kind of agree with what he's saying, but I disagree too, because it's like, you can be a loser and still get pussy. You can be a loser and still have a girlfriend. You can be totally fucked up and still get all those things. It's just that, without a doubt, women tend to be mostly attracted to winners, successful men. And so, yeah, the winners of our society, the winners in our community, the most successful men of our community are going to have more options. They're going to have better quality women available to them. But honestly, even a loser like me, like, I could have got laid at least like 10 times by now. But just off of opportunities that I fucking passed over because the bitch was like probably like fat or you know, gorilla looking nose. Like, I probably could have lost my shit. Like, guarantee I could think of at least like fucking 5 or 6 situations where I could have, you know, fucked a fat ugly bitch. But you know, that's a whole nother can of worms.
See, a nigga like me knows that he's a 27-year-old loser. Pretty soon, in 3 years, I'll be a 30-year-old loser. And I'll be a 31-year-old loser. And a 32-year-old loser. I already know that I'm fucked up. It's no help for niggas like me. You know? It's no help for niggas like me. You know? And it's no help for us.
But see, looking at this, it's like you could put me and him together on like it's like we in this like you could put us in the same spot on the same level, but the difference is that his energy is spiraling downward. He's giving up. He sees himself as a loser, like, and he's in the quicksand and he's just letting it consume him and take him further down. But I'm in the quicksand and I'm struggling. I'm fighting. I'm grabbing shit. I'm like, hell no. and I think that's the key difference between me and these black incel dudes. Is like, again, and these guys really have more accomplishments than me. Like couple of these guys got jobs, they drive and shit like that. But still, I'm way more positive than them. I'm way like my energy is totally different from them. My perspective on life is so much more positive and upbeat than theirs, you know. And that's because part of what I've been working on more than anything is just the shit that's on the inside. You know, my perspective, my attitude, my way of thinking. And I think that's probably something that they just haven't worked on as much. Or maybe they are just locked into that kind of attitude. I don't know how much of shit like this is genetic. I don't want to downplay it like depression and whatnot isn't a real mental illness or whatnot. Because I really can't say what's going on in these guys' brains. But I just think it's fascinating to me that, again, in terms of like overall accomplishments, you could put me and these guys on the same level, and really them probably a little bit higher because, again, car driving, jobs and shit. Yeah, I'm so much more positive. I'm so much more upbeat. My perspective is just, our energy is like totally different. They're looking down and I'm looking up, and that's what's so fascinating about the difference between me and these guys.
Other men who are dealing with the same problem.
It's like I can say I'm a loser, but I say it in the sense of, okay, guys, we are a suck ass basketball team, but we can be better. Yeah. You know, we're going to train hard and we're going to keep trying. Like, that's like, yo, we suck, but we can get better. Like, that's my attitude. And with him, it's like, I suck and it's only going to get worse.
Other men who, you know, who haven't had a lot of success with the opposite sex, it's no help for them either. You know, and I just wish people would understand that when you're a man that's been stereotyped out by women, when women have decided that, you know what, that guy's lame, he's a guy that you shouldn't get with, you know, once you've been labeled and wrote off by women, you know, it's nothing that you can do to better the situation. And it took me time to realize this. I know at 27 years old, I've been labeled by women. I've been stereotyped out. Women obviously see me as a fucking lame. And it doesn't matter what the fuck I do. Obviously, women don't find me attractive. So, I finally realized that, you know, there is nothing that I can do to better my life as a man. All I can do is put God first, live my life, and try to be happy. That's all I can do. And even other guys who are dealing with the same fucking problem, this is all we can do as men. We just have to accept that, you know what? We're not the guys that women are checking for. We're not the guys that women want to fuck with like that. And we just have to accept that. You know? You know, we're just not the guys that women are into like that.
Now, man, what he says kind of makes me think back to a very pivotal moment in my life, and I'll never forget this thought process that went through my mind. And really, I feel like this is where, again, you know, I don't like calling myself MGTOW, but I think you can't deny that my mentality towards like sex is very similar to MGTOW. You know, you could damn well say that I'm a type of dude that's like pretty much going my own way because I don't put in the effort to date and have sex and whatnot. So But I can remember the moment and the thoughts that kind of started me down that path to where I am now. And I just remember thinking, because I think I was around like 17 or 18. And this is when I was like, my red pill knowledge wasn't like where it is now. My understanding of like sexual selection, sexual market, all that bullshit wasn't where it is now. But I had already seen enough to understand that some guys were just more attractive to women than others. I at least understood that dating and sexual selection was inherently unfair. I knew that some guys were just more attractive to women than others. And I looked at myself, and I never felt like I was a guy who couldn't get laid. I never I never viewed myself as an incel type of dude. But at the same time, I knew I wasn't the guy. I knew I wasn't the guy, because if I was, I would have had bitches in middle school and high school and whatnot. I went through my whole school career, never had a girlfriend, never had sex, and never got a lot of positive attention from women. So naturally, again, to this day, I can't even accurately say how attractive I am or not to women. It's hard to say when people tell you one thing, but your experiences you have pretty much no experience with women, other than like little flaky ass situations of possible choosing signals and whatnot. But I just remember realizing this and I remember asking myself or thinking like, what if I can't get a girlfriend? What if I can't have sex? What if it's just, or what if I would have to give up too much to get it? Too much that I'm willing to give up. And so then I begin to wonder, do I even need a girlfriend? Do I need to have sex? Do I need to get married? Do I need to, I begin to question these things. And my question to myself, or my question in general, was just that, can I be happy without sex? Can I be happy without a girlfriend? And I feel like that's where it all started with me. I never hit that point of like, woe is me. I ain't got no girl. I can't relate to those feels at all, because once I think one of the differences between me and these guys is like, we had these similar realizations, but they took it and was like, fuck, man, like, I'll never get a bitch. I'm always going to be depressed and all that. But me, I thought about it differently. I was like, do I even need it? Like, okay, yeah, like dating isn't fair. I'm not the most attractive guy in the world, but do I even need a girl? Like, do I really need it? What if I can be happy without it? And that was my way of thinking. And I think that's what kind of prevented me from becoming like one of these guys making fucking videos in the car about fucking talking about let's talk about rejection part 13 and shit like that.
And I've never been the kind of man that women are into. I've always been a fucking loser, and I'll be a loser until I die. I've accepted this shit. I know I'm an ain't shit nigga. I'm an ain't shit nigga. That's what I am as a man. And I don't give a fuck. See, I'm the kind of nigga who really don't give a fuck at all. And you have a lot of men who will tell you got to step your game up when it comes to women. But what those guys don't understand is that when you're a man that's been wrote off by women, it's nothing you can do to reverse it. It's just like someone who has a life-threatening illness. They're gonna die if they don't take their medications. So it's no reversing the hands of time. They're fucked up, and that's just the way it is. And that's what I want people to understand, is that when you're a guy that's been wrote off by women, it's no rewinding the hands of time. It's no fixing it. You're just fucked up. You're just fucked up, and that's the way shit is. Fucked up. And one thing I know I'm fucked up. I'll never have no wife. I'll never have no children. I'll never have none of the beautiful things that can come from a relationship. I know at 27 years old, it's over for niggas like me. And I feel that men who are not successful with women gotta be honest with themselves. You know, stop saying that, oh, I just haven't met the right woman yet. No, you're a fucking loser, dude. And you're gonna be fucked up forever. See, a nigga like me knows he's gonna be fucked up forever. When I see other men who have wives and shit, I tell myself, damn, I'll never have that. Because I'm a fucking loser. And no woman would be willing to cock her legs up and let me skeet my nut in her pussy. Because I ain't shit. So who the fuck in their right mind would want to reproduce with shit? I mean, come on now. Get serious. Who would want to reproduce with shit? You'll have some shit kids. See, a nigga like me know he ain't worth a fuck. And I can go ahead and say it for the record, I fucking hate myself. I fucking hate myself. I don't like who the fuck I am. And I know I'm a piece of shit, nothing having ass nigga. I'm a piece of shit nigga. A fuck boy who deserve to get fucked all in his ass. That's what I am, that kind of nigga. And I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. You know, that's why I make these videos, because I don't give a fuck. I don't have no respect for myself as a grown-ass man. Because I don't get no pussy from bitches. I don't have no woman to suck my dick. I don't know what it feels like to get a kid.
Oh boy, I swear, yo, this dude don't even know. If nothing else, I swear he could have been a goddamn comedian, bro. This nigga is funny as hell. But, oh man. I hate myself. Because I don't get bitches. I don't get... And, you know, and it's funny, though, because, again, I can relate to how he feels somewhat. Well, at least, you know, because, like, when I think back to how I used to be, like, as a teenager and a little bit, like, in my early 20s, I remember not having, like, that, I guess what you would call, like, self-respect for myself. You know, I didn't really give a fuck about myself. Yeah, like, I can relate to it. Like, I remember not really giving a fuck. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't give a fuck about myself. You know, but I mean, this is a subject that's just, it's too deep to just go into in depth now. But long story short, just over time, I managed to develop a love for myself. I would even have to take time out to even think about and reflect and through the whole process, because I understand that place. I understand that place of not giving a fuck about yourself. I understand that place of not having a sense of pride, not having any dignity. And, you know, I remember feeling like a leaf in the wind. That's exactly how I felt. Like I didn't give a fuck. I didn't have a purpose. I didn't have any goals or nothing. It was just, I feel like in a way, I was asleep for a long time, and then I slowly began to wake up, and I'm still in the process of waking up. But I feel like now I got one eye open, and I'm trying to get the other one open, and then from there I got to open my third eye. Like, you know, I feel like I have a very long way to go, but I feel like I made a lot of progress at the same time. But I can definitely remember being in that place of not giving a fuck about myself. But, you know, this would be a great subject to dive deeper into. That's why, like, that's deep. That's deep. Going from that place where you don't give a fuck. Like, I know that place when you don't give a fuck about yourself. You know, when you look in the mirror and you're like, you bitch ass nigga, you fuck. Like, I know that place. I know that place. It's just that for me, I never stayed there long. That's one thing I can say. I never stayed. Like, once I started to develop a good amount of self-awareness, I couldn't stay there. Like, when I became self-aware enough to hate myself, I also was self-aware enough to know that staying in that place wasn't going to help, you know. I might have I might have talked to myself like this a few times, but in all actuality, I was just venting out of frustration. Once that's over, then it's like, then you got to draw up a game plan. Now it's time to move. Okay, all right, I'm a bitch ass nigga. So how can I fix that? But that's how I think. Like I'm solution minded. I guess that's the difference with me, is that I'm solution minded. Like if I'm a bitch ass nigga, I don't want to stay a bitch ass nigga. So how do I fix that? If I'm lazy, how do I fix that? If I got a bad diet, how do I fix that? That's how I think. I can't stay in those bad places for too long. But I'm going to stop it here because I don't want this episode to be too long. But I can't. It's so much more with Oreo Man. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be Oreo Man Part 1. And the next episode would be Oreo Man Part 2, where I can focus more on him. It's just that because of the whole Jacob Blake thing and the Kenosha riots, I know the news segment is going to be too long. And then I got the comments and all that. So bear with me. But I'm going to do more coverage on Oreo Man in the next episode of the Botcast. But we're going to leave it there for now. We're going to keep it nice, short, and sweet. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. And coming up next will be some OC and then the thread of the day. So yeah, stay pretty. Okay, so now we have the thread of the day. So previously I talked about the Jacob Blake shooting and the Kenosha riots that resulted from that. But one of the bigger issues that came from that whole protest was I've got the boy's name, but it was one of the guys who came to the protest armed so that he could defend the property of various people. Now, during his tour of duty, he ended up being attacked by several people, and he ended up killing 2 and injuring 1 person, right? So that created this big controversy where I think he got arrested and they charged him, and people were like, well, should he really be in trouble when he acted out of self-defense? And then other people were saying, well, yeah, he murdered those people. It wasn't self-defense. So we're going to get into that issue now. Like this is a thread that was pertaining to that whole issue. So let's get right into it. So here's the picture of the young lad. Oh God, here we go. This is gonna be fun. But yeah, let's get right into it. So the OP says, is it safe to say he's the face of Pole and the voice of sheltered generation? So right when you look at this guy, it's like, it's like he would end up shooting somebody. God, look at this. Look at the Gators. Look at the. Oh my God, yo, look at this dude, bro. Like, I ain't even surprised he done shot somebody. I mean, all right. So the guy below him says, "Be a merry mutt, get shot every time. Ain't it the truth?" Next guy says, I hope this self-righteous little shit gets shafted by the justice system he idolizes so much. And then the next guy says he was made for BBC in prison. So I think people are upset because he is kind of like the embodiment of, because think about what he called him. He said self-righteous little shit. You know, it's that type of mentality where it's like, oh, they're rioting. I'm gonna get my guns and I'm going to defend my country and whatnot. And I believe he had good intentions. You know, it's just he wasn't prepared for that situation. I think he had good intentions. In his mind, it was, you know, yeah, they're protesting, but there are criminals who are taking advantage of these protests, of these protests and the chaos, and they're using that to loot and vandalize. So I'm going to go there and I'm going to protect property. I'm going to protect America, make America great again. Like, so I think his intentions were good. But what's upsetting about it is that he wasn't prepared for the situation that he put himself into. But let's move on. So this guy says he looks like exactly the sort of retarded new male with a gun fetish who end up killing people. Yes, I totally agree. Like if somebody if you lined up a couple people and said, hey, one of these guys is trigger happy, they ended up killing like 2 people at a protest, I would have picked him out immediately. He look at like he looks, one, he's young, he looks soft as a marshmallow, but at the same time, he has a very dangerous weapon in his arm. I mean, in his hands. So here's a guy who is not capable of defending himself physically with the hands, and probably not even with melee weapons. And his only options is peace or get shot. He can't. He is unable to de-escalate physically. He has to you have to either not cross him or you're getting shot. Because he's not going to fight you. He's going to shoot you. And that's the problem with him being in a situation like that. Is when shit gets heated, he wouldn't have had no choice but to shoot a motherfucker. Let's move on. So this guy says he's the face of the end of America. If he gets acquitted, then more cities would burn down. But if he gets convicted, it will probably begin a great happening. Then he replies to someone, he's already been charged with first-degree murder. There's not even any basis for the charge, but considering James Fields was convicted of murder because a fat woman had a heart attack, it would absolutely not be surprising if the Kenosha DA made an example out of this kid. Yeah, and dude, this is a very sensitive situation because regardless of what happens, this is hot. This is hot because, like he said, if he gets acquitted, people are gonna be mad because a lot of people they're not seeing this as self-defense. They're seeing a young man who acted as a vigilante, and some people might even exaggerate it and be like, this is a racist Trump supporter who, he hates Black Lives Matter. He wanted to kill. He wanted. But again, you got to remember, man, the power of narrative, the power of media is so strong. And so it could be spun out of control. But also, again, if he gets convicted, whoo, man, redneck America, the gun owner, man, dude, that part of America, they're going to be pissed too. So whether he gets acquitted or convicted, it's going to piss off a large group of Americans. Because it's a lot of tension right now between, Black Lives Matter, SJW movements and culture, and sort of conservative, alt-right, make America great again, Trump, white, redneck, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, it's a lot of tension between these two groups. And this kid is smack dab in the middle of it. No matter what you do, it's going to cause a controversy. I feel like really the safest bet would be to convict him, but to not give him like a lengthy sentence. Maybe charge him with manslaughter. Make him do like 3 years in like a prison where he won't get fucked. Like have him be like a protected prisoner where he'll be completely safe. Do about 3 years, 10 years probation or something. That's probably the safe option. That's still gonna piss off the like both sides somewhat. Some are gonna say he got off easy, and some are gonna say, well, they punish him too harshly. But I feel like if they go to the extreme and just acquit him, whoo, that like you might be talking about like more, just another reason for people to protest and destroy shit. And if you convict him, like 100 years, like, damn, who knows what the fuck happened? So man, this is whoo. And I see so many people that are like giving their opinion as far as like he should get this or he should get that, and this. I would hate to be the guy who got to decide. I don't want no parts of deciding what happens to this kid because I don't want that kind of responsibility. I'm glad it's not in my hands what happens to this motherfucker. I don't even want to touch it. This is dirty. Okay, so hold up. Let me get a sip of water if I got any left. And hopefully I can get my fucking... Okay, there we go. Whew. So this guy says, why would you attack a man with a rifle? The idiot normies deserved it. Fuck around, see what happens. So there's two ways of looking at this. On one hand, he's correct. Why the fuck are you going to attack a man with a rifle? But I saw somebody else mention something that made a lot of sense. And he was like, you got to think about it like this. Think back to I believe it was the Aurora movie theater shooting, where the guy shot up the theater, and they were talking about how there were certain people who like they charged at him, they got in the way of other people to take shots and shit. It was like, like some people are just, it's not about, they're selfless, and they believe like I gotta protect other people. Like this guy is shooting and killing people. I need to stop him no matter what. And so he suggested that in all the chaos, there's no way that everybody knew what was exactly going on. Everybody didn't know that he was attacked by one of the protesters and acted in self-defense. Excuse me. So from the perspective of some of the protesters is you have this guy who's just shooting people. And so they're thinking selflessly, let me stop this guy because he's killing people. But that was just something that somebody suggested. You know, I don't want to just go off the cuff and say, well, these guys were just stupid for attacking them. Because again, you have some people who have a selfless kind of mentality. And again, in all the chaos, some people might have just thought, oh man, like it's this racist dude killing people, you know? Like it's a mass shooting type shit. I don't know. Again, just trying to look at it from every perspective. But it couldn't have been me. It couldn't have been me. If I was out there on my lonesome, like unless my family was out there and they went in harm's way, won't no way I would have been attacking a motherfucker with a rifle. I got a motherfucking skateboard, motherfucker. I'm going the other way. I'm Tony Hawking out that motherfucker, bitch. Fuck that shit. Oh man. All right, this guy says, the most bitterly ironic thing to me is that the shooter was a thin blue line, my law and order faggot, supposedly big on the Constitution and shit like that. I doubt he has ever seriously studied the Constitution even at a basic high school level, considering it also contains shit meant to protect the rights of political minorities and due process, something which I am the law vigilantism completely subverts. But like every Punisher skull sheepdog wannabe cop, he seems to take the Constitution as a hunting permit for people he doesn't like. Now, on one hand, I agree that again, this is a kid, and he probably doesn't have. And again, I can't talk because this post reminded me I might need to reread the Constitution. It's been a while since I was in school, so I might have to reread that shit myself. But you know, this might be a young guy who doesn't have, who just doesn't have even the basic knowledge of the laws and even the things that he claims to believe in. So again, kind of he has that I'm kind of ignorant and naive vibe going on with him, kind of a simple-minded guy. But yeah, I don't want to put anything on him. He might be a motherfucking 180 IQ. I'm just going off of fucking appearance and shit. He looked like he ain't that guy. Okay, so, but I feel like at the same time, this post is kind of, it's too extreme. Like I feel like he's kind of it's like he's saying, like, okay, he seems to take the Constitution as a hunting permit for people he doesn't like. I don't think that's it. I don't think he went out there like I'm hunting niggas. I don't think that was his mentality. And to be honest, I don't even think he went out there thinking he would end up shooting somebody. To be like, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he went out there even thinking I'm gonna kill somebody. I just want to shoot somebody. I think he went out there thinking, I'm gonna stand in front of some businesses. I'm gonna stand in front of a store with other young men who are like-minded and want to protect the property of innocent people from criminals. We're going to stand in front of these stores. People are going to see us with our guns and our helmets and our armor, and that's going to be enough to keep them from crossing us. And boy, was he wrong. Days no. And I feel like it's not a coincidence that he was the one who ended up killing somebody. Because because you gotta think about it, bro. Like, it's a such thing as aura and energy, right? Just because you got a gun don't mean nobody be scared of you. You know, like that don't mean shit. Like, if you're a pussy with a gun, that don't, yeah, you can kill somebody, but a real motherfucker, he's not gonna give a fuck. He'll get right in your face and say, fuck you, bitch ass, pussy ass motherfucker. Suck my dick. Shoot me. Famous last words. And that's, again, that's the problem with just going out there and thinking I got a gun, and on that level, I think he's right. Again, to get in that mindset, I got a gun, so I'm alright. When that's not really the case. That's kind of ignorant of you to think that way. But I honestly, I don't think that he was out there with malicious intent. I don't think he was out there like, I'm gonna kill whoever the fuck I want. I just think shit got hot, and him being young and inexperienced and scared, he acted in the most extreme way possible. That's what I believe. Okay, so this guy says he was clearly assaulted in the video and had a right to defend himself with that firearm, especially when they were reaching for his firearm. And this is what I talked about earlier during the news segment, is that, again, people are going on and on like he had a right to defend himself, but you have to remember the rules are different when you are acting as a vigilante. Like, that's just a fact. When you're acting as a vigilante, the rules are different, and the rules have to be different, because if people could act as a vigilante and just kill somebody with the and automatically, or rather, if someone can act as a vigilante and then resort to extreme lethal force at the first sign of trouble, that's a big issue. And the problem with that is, just like I said, if that was okay, then that means that anybody can intentionally put themselves in harm's way or a situation where they know there's criminal activity, bring a gun, and then once things escalate, then they can kill whoever attacks them or escalates violence towards them. And again, that's a problem, because then you got a situation where you can just pretty much just go around provoking criminals and then kill them when they try to attack you. And that's why law enforcement does not approve of people acting as a vigilante. And once he got, and the fact that he had no personal involvement with that property or the owners of that property, he wasn't at his home, he went out of his way and put himself in that situation, he is now a vigilante. So the rules are different. It's not cut and clear self-defense when you act as a vigilante. That's just a fact. And again, it has to be that way. It has to be that way, because that's such an exploitable situation. Again, that means anybody can just seek out criminal activity and kill somebody just for pushing them, right? Like, again, if that means I can just go to the nearest trap house, y'all need to stop. Then a nigga punch me in my face, I can pull out a gun, boom, 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 kill her. Like, come on, like that's not cool. And that's why he has, this situation has to be analyzed with the utmost amount of scrutiny. They have to really go through this situation from every little detail to figure out how they're going to deal with this guy. Because again, he went out of his way to put himself in the situation, and now people are dead. He put himself in a role that he was not trained for, that he was not prepared for, and people died. This is like if I go to a fucking emergency room And I go in there like, I'm trying to help, I'm trying to save lives, and I end up killing somebody in the process. I'm going to be in trouble because I'm not a fucking doctor. I'm not a nurse. I'm not a CN or nothing. I just ran to the emergency room and tried to help people. Again, my intentions might have been pure, but I acted irresponsibly because I put myself in a situation that I wasn't prepared for. He acted irresponsibly because he put himself in a situation that he wasn't trained for or prepared for. And that's why he's in trouble. It would have been different. It would have been totally different if he lived there. Like if that was his dad's store and him and his dad was protecting it and then it happened. Dude, it wouldn't even be an issue. But it's the fact that he came all the way out there to protect that property that wasn't his, and which it officially put him in the category of a vigilante where the rules are different. This guy says he killed white men, so he's doing fine by me. That's kind of the I don't want to say funny, but the interesting thing about this whole thing is that it's like, you know how shit is on 4chan. Like people, there's a lot of racism and shit like that. Nigger. But a lot of people are kind of backing up this kid, right? Because he killed 2 of the protesters, but it's like he killed like 2 other white guys. I'm assuming they were white. You know how America is. Motherfuckers be like 70% white, 30% Hispanic or some shit like that. But I'm just assuming these guys were white. And it's like, that's kind of the interesting part of it is like, I'm sure they would have got more of a kick out of it if he killed like 2 black people. Oh, if he would have killed 2 black, oh my God. Imagine the outrage. Oh man, it would be Trayvon Martin Part 2 in 3D coming to a theater near you. It would have been, oh my God. Oh God, the fact that they weren't black, man, we were spared a shitstorm of epic proportions. Oh my God. All right, so this guy says he's fucking cringe. Just like the Antifa that go around screaming at white people outside restaurants, he's the flip side of the coin. Us robots and neats and are the only base group. Indifference is the only way to go. Watch everything crumble from the windows of a bedroom. Oh man. Again, I can see like he is kind of cringe, right? But that's just due to his youth and inexperience, thinking like that, oh, I'm gonna go out here and do this, and he wasn't ready for that. That's what's kind of cringy about it. But the idea of it, of what he was trying to do, his intentions, even I can see the merit in that. I don't think the idea of what he was trying to do was necessarily bad. It's just that the problem was that it shouldn't have been him. He shouldn't have been there. He wasn't ready for that shit, And you got to think about it. It was so many other people out there just like him who were armed and protecting businesses, but they didn't end up killing anybody. He did, and that was because he wasn't right for that type of situation. And that's kind of what makes it cringe, is that he thought he was that guy, but he wasn't. he thought he was that. Nah, he wasn't, and he ended up just But again, I feel like I do think that he had good intentions. It was just, I'm just gonna protect the property of innocent people from criminals. Shit. That was like a bad deal, right? And I don't want to be the guy that's like, I'm indifferent, so I'm better than than everybody else. Like, no, like I don't look at it that way. I see what he's saying, but like, cause I am that guy. I'm the guy in the room just looking and like, But that doesn't make me cool. That doesn't make me like, because some people just say like, you're not doing anything to help. If you're not helping, then you're hurting or whatever. Everybody has their own view. It's just that my thing is, I'm trying to get my own life together. Like, I ain't got time to worry about SJW shit and Black Lives Matter, Antifa, protest, Jacob Blake. Like, I need to worry about Chad Marco. So really, that's why I'm indifferent, because I'm worrying about myself. And it's kind of like the Donald Trump Biden shit, right? Where you got two opposing sides. Are you for Trump or Biden? If I'm being honest with myself, I'm not qualified to say who should be president. I don't have the knowledge or understanding of politics or how a government should be ran to say, well, Trump should win or Biden should win, or, Black Lives Matter is right, or all. Like, I don't have the knowledge to say like which side is correct. That's why I don't take a side, because I don't know who's right and who's wrong. I don't have the knowledge. So I'm just trying to figure out how to get the best I can do to try to, figure out my own life, my own shit. Okay, this guy says, well, why don't black people say shit and stop other blacks from looting and destroying shit? They are complicit in this, same as the whites protesting alongside them. I did see this one video, but this was from like older protests, not from these protests, but it was like, this white dude was like breaking glass, trying to break into some store, and this black dude like grabbed his weapon and like threw it. Like, nah, dude, like that's not cool. But excuse me, I think within the protesters there are those who are trying to de-escalate violence and try to make sure like people aren't vandalized. I'm sure you got like good Samaritans within the protesters trying to like nah, dude, that's not cool. Like, I'm sure you got voices of reason within these groups, but at the same time, I guess is you just have more people who just want to break shit and vandalize shit, and you got people who are going to try to justify that. So without a doubt, the voices of reason are outnumbered by the criminals and the looters and the vandals. So it's an unfortunate part of the protest, where and again, this type of behavior is only hurting the cause. It's not helping it. It's only hurting it. The only good it's doing is showing people how serious they are. Like, yeah, we'll tear this motherfucker down if you don't. That's cool. But again, still, it's making the movement as a whole look bad. So this guy, he's replying to someone. He says, "Dare to protect." He's quoting. "Dare to protect property," and he says, "He was wandering around seemingly. Kid was stupid and looked like he got caught into some fantasy and he felt he was invincible with the gun. Notice how it's the 17-year-old who ended up shooting some people dead and not anyone else. The older guys know to pose with their guns, but they get the fuck out when the going gets tough." And see, this is exactly what I was just talking about. It's not a coincidence that this is the person that ended up killing someone. It's not a coincidence. And so when people just say, well, it was self-defense and this and that, like, you got to take this part into consideration as well. Is that he really just should not have been there. He was not prepared to deal with that situation the way it was meant to be dealt with. He was way too inexperienced and naive and young to be there in the first place. And that's why people are looking at his actions in a bad way. He had good intentions. It's just that he wasn't prepared for the situation. And that's what makes it bad. Again, if I go to the ER and I'm trying to save lives, again, I have good intentions, but I have no business being there. I don't belong there. I'm not prepared. I'm going to do more harm than good. And that's exactly what his presence was. He did more harm than good because he was not ready to deal with a situation like that. Because the reality is, this kid was a ticking time bomb. Once shit got real, his only option was to shoot a motherfucker. Because he is not, again, I'm assuming here, he's not confident in his ability to scrap, to get physical with somebody, or things like that. There's other guys out there who probably would have been in that same situation and either backed off or would have responded with equal force. If that guy came at them with a bottle, they might have just grabbed his arm and knocked his ass out. Whereas him, again, not being confident in his ability to scrap, had to resort immediately to the gun. You know, so again, that he was a ticking time bomb, because whoever fucked with him was bound to get shot, because he wasn't about to fight. Oh, hold on, I went a little fast there. Okay, so this guy says, imagine getting killed by this ugly faggot. Laugh out loud. Hey, you know, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, I would like, God, man, my life is gone because of this guy. I died. I got killed by this dude, bro. Man. Ugh. I mean, look, we all gotta go, but man, I would not want to go like that, being killed by some fucking Punisher wannabe, dude. Oh God, I know, man. Oh man, I don't even know what to say, man. I'm glad it ain't me. So this guy says, that kid is fucking awesome and should be what most cops are, protecting the country. Good job, commie rapist. You got me to hate America. I fucking hate niggers and commies and kikes too. So as you see, this kid, he does have his supporters. I mean, look, if you support what this kid did and what his intentions are, if you think he acted justly and in self-defense, I understand that. But then it's like, when you follow it up with I hate niggers and and kikes, again, like, now you're hurting your case. So it's like on both sides of this argument, you got just these ridiculous fucking people, dude. You got these people who are like trying to justify vandalism and destroying property and whatnot, and then you got people like on the other side who are like nigger, and it's like I understand having your beliefs in your side, but when you go to a certain extreme, it's hard for people to take you seriously, you know. And like, I can't take this dude seriously. I can respect that he has his view and that he believes what the kid did was justified, but when you're like nigger, and it's like, well, come on, like, now you just expose yourself as a fucking asshole. So this guy says, takes a gun that isn't his, travels across the state looking for trouble, shoots a guy, then gets chased and shoots more, pretends to be victim and my amendment. Yes, he is pole personified, especially the BBC he's going to get in prison. What the fuck is up with American prison and fucking niggas? I don't know, man, but yeah, and this is precisely why, you know, he might be in trouble. You know, first of all, the gun wasn't his. I don't even know if he was old enough to own a gun. I think he was like 17. He travels across a state looking for trouble. I mean, again, you can argue, yeah, like, I don't think he went there thinking shit was gonna pop off the way that it did. But for you to bring a gun, you were prepared for something like that to happen. In your mind, you had to think, hey, if something goes down, I'm killing the motherfucker. I don't think he went there like going like, oh, I'm going there just to kill people. But he went there with the mentality of, I'm gonna protect property And if you cross me, I'm going to kill you. At the very least, you have to admit that. You have to admit that his mentality was that I'm going there to protect the property of innocent civilians. And if a criminal crosses me, I'm killing him. If that's not your mentality, then why do you bring a gun? He brought a gun because that was what he was thinking. But I don't believe that he thought it would escalate to that point. But it did. It got real super fast, you know. Again, I think in his mind, he saw himself standing with other armed young men protecting businesses and being, you know, heralded as a hero later on. So, okay, so this guy says, he's quoting someone, he shouldn't have been there. And then he says, but the police were not doing their job, so someone else had to step up and protect those businesses. You need to have a backbone and a sense of morality to understand this. And so I agree, but I think I agree, and then it all goes back to who you are and what you're actually capable of, you know. And again, I think he had good intentions, but he wasn't the guy for that job, and that's the reality of it. Because you got to look at, now, this situation might not have been that serious, right? But like, if shit really popped off and there was like anarchy and all, like, you know, yeah, like, you need some motherfuckers that's gonna step up and take matters into their own hands. You can't always rely on police and the government to do what they're supposed to do. But at the same time, the reality is not him. Not him. Not this dude. He's not the one you want. I understand, yes, protect the businesses, stand up for what you believe to be right, but he ain't the guy. He ain't the guy. And that's you still have to keep that in mind. He ain't the guy. And because of that, people died when they probably didn't need to. And that's my issue with it. I think, again, the intention, I understand his intentions, you know, and I think, you know, when shit hits the fan, again, even myself, I might one day find myself in a situation where it's like, I'm like, man, I gotta get my gun and stand. Again, I understand, like this country is built on rebellion. This country is built on hold up. Fuck that. So that's why I understand what his intentions were, but you gotta do some self-assessment and know, you know, are you equipped for that type of situation? You know, and again, that's why it's such a hard situation for me to call, you know, because I can understand his mindset where he would feel like he was doing the right thing. How he could feel like, you know, I'm standing up for what is right. I can see how I can understand how he felt like he was doing the right thing. But he was the wrong person to trying to do that right thing. And that's the issue that I have with it, you know. But but when you're passionate about something and you feel like your back is against the wall and you have to do something, you don't think about shit like that. You don't think about, you know, am I prepared? You know, should I? It's just you just go for it, you know. And I think that's probably why he did it. He just felt like I'm going to do the right thing. But again, he wasn't the guy for that job. You know, and I think that's undeniable. Like, look, man, I think if it was my business, I would have rather be out there by my damn self than have that dude trying to help. Oh man, but again, man, it's just it's hard. It's a situation that it's really hard to call, man. Okay, so this guy says, this is the last one. The whole thing's fucked, really. Shit cops doing shitty things for a long time, which end up sparking protests. Violent retards use it as an excuse to loot and riot. Other retards come in thinking it's an excuse to go out fighting the looters. So now we're in a situation where retard rioters and wannabe vigilantes are going out killing each other to live out their LARP fantasies. News reports on it stirring the pot. Politicians looking to capitalize on the situation for cheap brownie points, and the whole goddamn message of wanting reform in police hiring and practices get swept under the rug for the next 8 years. To the kid and the protesters that got into that fight, way to go, you absolute scumbag, scumfuck retards. I hope living out your little LARP fantasies was worth the blood and death. Because of people like you, we'll never get true reform in this country. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I suppose we all get to eat shit. Now, this is obviously the perspective of the neat in the room, watching from far away, you know, indifference, I'm not involved, that type of thing, you know, but it's, you know, I don't want to just sit back and just undermine the passion of other people. I don't want to just sit back and be like, you know, you should have never got involved. You know, you shouldn't stand up for, you know, yeah, you might have believed that, but, you know, because again, standing up for what you believe in is a very personal matter. Whether, like, whichever side you on, I can understand feeling passionate about something. Whether you're the guy that wants to go out and protest because you feel like Jacob Blake was wrongfully shot by the police officers and you're fed up, I understand that. And I understand seeing these communities being vandalized, seeing all these looters stealing, seeing property being destroyed and thinking, you know what, I gotta do something. This isn't right. I gotta go out there. I gotta do something, man. I gotta do what I can. And feeling like you're doing your duty as an American citizen to protect people and property. You know, maybe you saw that old dude get knocked out. It was like, nah, bruh. So it's like, I don't know, like, I don't want to sit here and say, well, you shouldn't do anything. I ain't doing shit. I don't want to get involved. I'm gonna be honest, like, this ain't the cause where Chad Marco about to get off his ass and go to Kenosha and riot or get a gun and try to protect the car wash. Like, it ain't me. This ain't my fight, but it's just, I don't know. I can't sit here and say, well, you know, you can't stand up. You can't, you know, never get involved. You know, I don't want to be that guy that's like, don't vote. You know, don't do nothing, like, because it's not my place to say. I think everybody has their own path to walk. You know, we all might find ourselves in a situation where we got to stand up for something, and other people might not understand it. You know, just because I don't understand why they're out there protesting, or I don't understand why they're out there defending property, you know, at the same time, I don't want to sit here and just say that they were absolutely wrong to do so. You know, just because I'm indifferent and I don't give a fuck, you know, that don't mean that they were wrong to give a fuck. But I think if nothing else, we can all learn a lesson from this situation, right? And that's if, like, okay, if you want to go out and protest, then you got to know that it can get dangerous out there. It can get really dangerous out there. You need to be careful. These guys, they lost their lives out there. You could say they were standing up for what they believed in, or whatever your perspective may be. I don't know, but the fact is they went out there, they got shot, and they died. So if you're all about Black Lives Matter and you want to protest and whatnot, you need to be careful, because this shit is real. Like, it's not a game. It's not a game right now. Like, tensions are flaring up to ridiculous proportions, and you need to be mindful of your own life and your safety. So if you're out there standing up for what you believe in, just keep in mind, like, shit can get real, like it did out there in Kenosha. And if you're someone on the other side, it's like, I want to protect businesses, I want to protect innocent civilians, I'm gonna get my guns and I'm gonna organize a militia, and we're gonna walk the streets and protect people and whatnot. You need to understand the law. You need to understand that once you cross that line, you're now acting as a vigilante technically, and if something goes down, you could be held accountable for your actions. Once you cross that line, you're not a civilian anymore. You're only a civilian when you're protecting yourself and your own. But once you go out looking, once you go out, I'm taking the law because that's really what you're doing. Once you say I'm taking the law into my own hands, you have to accept and understand you are a vigilante now, and the same rules that apply to civilians as far as self-defense do not apply to you anymore. So keep that in mind, because I don't want to sit here and say don't stand up for what you believe in, don't take a side. That's not my place to say that, because I might find myself getting passionate about something one day and waving a gun around the street. I don't know, man. That's why I don't want to be that guy that's just like, fuck everybody for giving a fuck. No, but if you give a fuck, look at this situation as a lesson, as an example of what to do and what not to do, and know the risk you are taking when you decide, I'm gonna stand up for something, because shit is real. I guarantee you, whether you're talking about the two men who lost their lives, the guy who got his arm shot off, named out, or the kid who did the shooting, I guarantee you, if you ask them now, would you turn back the clock and stay your ass home? What would you do that? And I guarantee you, none of them motherfuckers would have been out there. That boy would have been home playing Xbox One. Them motherfuckers would have been at home chilling. I guarantee you, it was not worth it. This shit was not that serious to where you had to die, or where your freedom is on the line. It was not that serious. And so again, just keep this shit in mind. When you ready to stand up for something, are you willing to die for that shit? Are you willing to lose your freedom for that shit? Are you willing to go to prison? Because that's how real it got. So understand that. Choose your battles. Are you prepared to deal with those situations? Do you belong out there? Can you defend yourself? Can you defend somebody else? Take all that shit into account, man, because it's not a game. America is crazy right now. It's not a game. That's why I'm staying my ass in the house. That's why I'm not getting involved. But that's it, man. That's all I want to talk about on that. So, moving on. We're going to go to the comments. And then we're going to close out the show. So stay tuned. Show was about over and I gotta reply to some comments, so let's get right to it. Okay, so this is on the Night Walk vlog too. So Genocide Crusader says, I know the area around Kenosha. It's unreal seeing it turn into basically Beirut, Lebanon. I think that's where the explosion happened. Honestly, I don't trust mainstream news sources because everybody is biased and isn't honest with anyone anymore. I just hope that stuff doesn't come to my town. Seems like we have this kind of thing every week or two. That being said, we'll never get the full story for quite some time. Yeah, I mean, I think especially like I feel like after the whole Donald Trump thing, like the 2016 election, I think that made a lot of people stop trusting the media, you know, because I think that was one of the most obvious cases of media bias, where time and time again, it was obvious they were trying to make you not like Trump. It was obvious that they were nitpicking certain things that he was saying and doing. And I think past a certain point, people got fed up with it. But I think that, I mean, never before do I feel like there's ever been such an obvious media bias. And I think ever since then, people have been much more aware of this and are just very untrusting of the media now. And even myself, is like I find myself going to, like, it's like I look at major news outlets every now and then, but I'm mostly plugged into like low level YouTubers and shit, you know, like just really just everyday people who just aren't as biased, you know, don't have millions of dollars behind them and corporate interests and all that. Like, I like just going to the people now, you know, just certain people on YouTube or just certain people that I trust to keep it real. You know, I think the thing I look for as far as like my sources, I like hearing things from people who aren't afraid to tell the truth, even when it's ugly. You know, because sometimes the truth is not politically correct. And I feel like the easiest way to spot a news source that's not trustworthy is when they're not willing to tell the truth just because it's not politically correct. But yeah, definitely nowadays, you got to be careful about what your sources are. Even myself, I need to I need to double check what the fuck I'm looking at. I don't trust nobody no more. But thanks for that comment. Okay, Porter said, back at it with the USA lanyard and the machete. God damn. You know, I've had this lanyard for a long time. I know it might make me look like I'm being patriotic or something, but this is just something I got from my friend. Really, I want me an anime lanyard. I'm about to nerd it up, dog. I'm about to get me an anime one. Excuse me, but I think people see it and they're like, oh man, he must really love America. It's like, man, I just need something for my fucking keys. But thanks for the comment, man. Moon-based Mintow says, I'm sure y'all heard about Jacob Blake. Nope. Laugh out loud. I literally only get my news from you. That's not good. No TV, just tunnel vision. I've been up late the past few days playing erotic games. Shout out to Warlock and Boobs. And then Ian Taylor says, I envy you. I don't even live in the U.S. and I see it everywhere. Laugh out loud. And then Moonbase responds. He says, I live in NYC and protests have gone down my street, but my tunnel is so strong. I have not left my apartment building in 5 months, but I'm so sleep deprived and the weather is so nice today. I might actually walk today. So yeah, dude, I don't see how you can avoid this shit, man. But I guess it depends on what you're into. Cause it's like, even if you just want to watch the playoffs, they got Black Lives Matter written across the basketball court. They have the names of various victims of police brutality on the jerseys. And I was looking at female tennis, but not actually watching the matches. I just wanted to see my girl, Naomi Osaka. But she had the face mask with the name like Jacob Blake across it and Breonna Taylor. Like, if you're watching sports, like, you definitely can't avoid it right now. It's all over sports and various other things. So, dude, talk about fucking tunnel vision, dude. But thanks for the comment, Moonbase McTow. So, I don't know what this motherfucker name is. It's like, so this guy says, the whole meat off his arm, fucking lost. It's a hell of a time though. It's easy to get lost in it. I could stay up all night reading shit and going through threads. I've got that side of me hoping for destruction too. As long as I can get my index for VR waifus before it all happens, I'll be good. Yeah, man, it'll be a night where it's like, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to be productive. I'm going to get shit done. And then a situation like Jacob Blake happens, right? You know, then the Kenosha riots. And I love a spectacle just too much to ignore it. I gotta tune in. I gotta check out 4chan. I gotta see the reactions. I gotta check out Twitter. I mean, it could be such a distraction, but you know, I gotta just say fuck it sometimes and just tune it out. I can't, and really, I'm not too bad about this sort of thing. Even though I'm not the most productive person in the world, it's rare that I get distracted by news like this. But this was just a big shitstorm. This was a very big shitstorm, and I got caught up in the spectacle of it all, and just spent many hours, you know, on 4chan and looking at various news outlets, trying to see the reaction and what was going on. You had people out in the streets, you know, amateur cameramen out there recording the stuff while it was happening. I mean, it was a lot to consume, a lot to take in. But it can be a bit distraction, man. You got to be careful with this sort of thing. Like, I can only indulge in this so much because I got so many distractions as it is. But thanks for the comment, man. So Ben Law says, he said this on the OCM Botcast, the first episode. He says, when you roasted Ken Trey, I was dying laughing. And you know what's funny about that? I just saw a thread on R9K where it was revealed that Kent has a girlfriend now, and like, picture proof, like, it's a picture of Kent and he's kissing this actually like a decent looking white girl. Like, she's no Stacy, but you know, I mean, honestly, like, shit, like, she looked okay. And so it's kind of funny. I do this whole segment on Kent. I made a song about him, and this dude ends up getting a girlfriend before I do. I'm sure he's probably fucked and all that before I do. But you know, no hate, man. Like, that's cool as fuck. Like, that just goes to show, because I've been watching Kent, and what I noticed before this is that he was kind of on his MGTOW thing. Not like he was identifying as MGTOW or nothing like that, but his mentality was similar to that of the MGTOW movement, where he was kind of done with the whole whining about bitches thing. He won't really own that shit no more. He was focused on the shit that he was into, like sports and whatnot. And you could tell that he was focused on himself. Like, he changed his whole swag. He had a dope ass, like, he had a clean haircut. Bro was looking better. He sounded more like, just a bit more articulate. Like, it seemed like he's been on the self-improvement run. And then I kind of stepped away from it. Wasn't really checking him out like that. And now I see that he has a girlfriend. It's like, dude, it goes to show, man. It's kind of cliche. Is it a cliche? Maybe I'm misusing that word, but it goes back to what people have said many times. It's like one of the best ways to get a girl is to stop giving a fuck about getting a girl. When you focus on yourself, your energy elevates, your vibration improves, like all that shit elevates to a new level, and then you become more attractive, and it's just like, again, one of my favorite books is Way of the Superior Man. And one of the things the author says in that book is that a woman does not want a man that needs her. That is the most unattractive thing to a woman. A woman does not want a man that needs her. And when Kent was at his worst, it was when he needed a woman. And when he was at his best was when he didn't need a woman. And now he got a girlfriend. So there you go, But then it begs the question, Chad Marco, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? But the way I look at it, because I talked about this on episode, on one of the earlier episodes where, that cashier girl was, she asked for my number and whatnot, and that whole situation. I think that was God giving me my chance. Like, if you want it, here you go. But it wasn't. But it wasn't an ideal situation for me. Like, she wasn't that attractive. She was a hoe. She was fucking with one of my friends. So I turned that situation down. And then I think back, there might have been other situations where girls were giving me heavy choosing signals, but I ignored them and didn't act on the possibility of them being attracted to me. And you know what? I don't really regret any of that except one. except one. There's only one that I kind of regret. But in fact, you know what? Not even that one. Fuck that one. Okay, fuck that one too. But yeah, I don't know how Kent met this girl, but I know in my own situation, I feel like I had at least like 2 or 3 guaranteed chances. It's just that the situation wasn't ideal, or the girls weren't up to my standards. And really, I'm not really looking for a girlfriend or a relationship right now anyway. And again, and another thing about Kent got a car. Kent has jobs. I'm sure he's had jobs and shit. So, even though attitude wise, I kind of skated past him in terms of like getting over the whole forever alone mindset. The one thing Kent has going for him, if nothing, really always had going for him, if nothing else, was that, relatively speaking, he always had his shit together. Like, Kent can drive. Kent has jobs and money and shit. I never had that. So, in that regard, Kent is superior to me. I just think that what I always had was just a more positive attitude. Not really giving a fuck about being a virgin and shit like that. And that's what he didn't have. And so I think the combination of him having his shit together, but then evolving mentally, getting to the point where I don't give a fuck about bitches, fuck all that shit. And then I think that those two forces combined elevated him to the point where he could now have a girlfriend. And I feel like if I ever get to the point where I got my shit together, where I'm driving or I get a job or something like that, that's probably when if I ever do get laid or get a girlfriend, it'll probably be then. Even though I could have gotten it even as the scumbag neat that I am, those situations weren't ideal. I think for me to attract the kind of woman that would be attractive enough for me to cross that line, I would have to elevate myself to the point of actually getting my shit together. I got the mental, I have the attitude. I just, I'm living in my mom's closet with my dog. What up, friend? But thanks for that comment, man. Kent, you the man. So this guy commented on Chad Marco, My Own Way song, Tactical Apathy. He says, it's painful how YouTube gives creative channels like this no promotion. Meanwhile, some thought with cat ear headphones gets thousands of views just for fumbling with the controller with the low cut top. You know, I do kind of, man, if I haven't already, I do feel like I've kind of been blacklisted by YouTube a little bit, because it's like my channel was having like a steady growth, and like now it's really slowed down. But I feel like some of that could be attributed to my inconsistent uploading habits. So I'm not gonna blame YouTube just yet. You know, I think, you know, finishing this year out, I'm gonna really make a strong effort to be more consistent with my uploading, and also going to various places promoting my content. But I think, yeah, I mean, considering I'm a weirdo, I'm a weird guy, and I think the thing about YouTube, they've made it very clear they don't like weird people. They don't like weird people who have views and ideas that are outside the norm in the mainstream. And so I wouldn't be surprised if I ever get blacklisted or whatnot. But, you know, I'm not going to use that as an excuse. I'm going to get on my motherfucking grind, and I'm going to promote my channel the best way I can, and try to get my production consistently up. So, you know what? I appreciate that comment, and row, here we go. So Leo Hopton says, what do you even do with the girlfriend? And then the Friendship is Gangster says, you do it. And then HB says, prospective lifelong companion. Klepto says you could play Jenga together. And then Pura says you can play Jenga with the boys. What do you even do with a girlfriend? You fuck. You go on dates. She gonna make you spend money. You pillow talk. I don't know, man. Damn, I guess it depends on the girl. You know, maybe one day we'll figure it out. Kent knows. Thanks for those comments, guys. So this guy says, Nari does stuff. Shit, man, I wish I could night walk like that. I live in the forest and I see bear tracks everywhere and shit. Probably die if I try. These vlogs are comfy though. Not gonna lie, keep them up. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I would hate to get mauled by a bear, but you know, I gotta worry about shit of my own. I live in the hood, so you know, like it was just motherfuckers just got to shooting on the block, on my block, like just recently and shit. So like I gotta watch out for bullets. You gotta watch out for bears. So I gotta be careful my damn self. But you know, I'm gonna try to do a night walk vlog like once a month. That's probably gonna be, if not twice, but I don't want to do like too many of them. Maybe if I get my upload, because it's like I don't really have that much to say a lot of the times, but I think definitely expect like one every month at least. So yeah, thanks for that comment. And so on the Robot Lives Matter episode of the OCM Botcast, Pua says he thought I was fucking Chief Keef. That was that was when I was talking about the cop who stopped me, and you know, I feel like it was a bit of racial profiling there. I had my dreads, and I think he saw me and was like, this nigga ain't nothing but a criminal. And then he also says, I like your format, Chad Marco. It feels more like a radio show than a generic podcast. Yeah, that's because, like, you know, fitting in the music here and there. And really, I want to incorporate more original content into the episodes, but I think it'll probably just depend on the episode by episode basis. You know, more episodes will probably be focused on original content than like a main topic or news or whatnot, and others may be focused more on the main topic and news. So but definitely that's the goal of the podcast, not just promoting music, but just original content of all kinds. So thank you for that comment. So Oracle MPH says on the Toonami song, great song, looking forward to the rest of your project. I can only repeat your old one so many times before I go insane. Yeah, I'm sorry about, you know, you guys know how I am. It's just it's no getting around it. I'm a lazy, distracted man. And it's a continuous battle against that part of my being. So you guys just have to bear with me. But I feel that someday I will overcome my laziness and my procrastination. So just bear with me. In fact, I just finished a beat and writing a song not too long ago. So just expect some more stuff. In fact, expect a lot of awesome shit. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the end of 2020 is going to be a very productive time for me, to say the least. Like, in fact, I'm putting my stamp on it now. The end of 2020, just expect a lot of shit. Expect a lot of awesome shit. So stay tuned. So Dex says, old school Tsunami was the shit. This song is literal flames, easily one of the best tracks you drop. I think it's alright. It's for this project. I'm not revealing the name just yet, but I want the beats to have kind of a more boom bap vibe, and so that's why Tsunami kind of sounds a bit different from what I usually do. It's not going to be like a very feelsy project, that's coming more towards the end of the year. But this project is just, I just know I want to use a lot of boom bap type beats and just rap about really anything. It's not really focused on any specific theme or genre. It's just like dope boom bap type beats with some dope Chad Marco lyrics. That's what to expect from this. So appreciate that. Tactical Apty says, fun fact, masks are not designed to prevent infection. It's for doctors and nurses so they don't spit on into patients. They can't filter out viruses and you can still get it through your eyes. It's the whole check your Halloween candy for razor blades hysteria all over again. And then this guy says, full face respirator would work. Tongue. Yeah, I did not know that. I'm just like this, man. If wearing the mask would do anything, then it's like whatever. It's not a big deal to me too, because it's not like, really, I feel sorry for the people with jobs because they are the ones who got to wear it all day. I go to the store, like me. I'm in my room. Oh, I want to go to the store. I grab a mask. I walk to the store not even with the mask on. And when I'm approaching the store, I put the mask on. I'm in the store for 15 minutes and I get the fuck out. I take the mask off and then I go home, no mask on. So for me, it's not a big inconvenience. If it helps at all, then that's cool. If it's just for the sake of making the other people around me feel safe or better, whatever, that's cool too. But I weep for the people who actually work and they gotta wear that shit all day. I go in there, I see them cashiers, they got the mask like pulled down on the chin because you gotta smell your breath all day and it's like it's stuffy and it's like, oh man, it's just, I have not found a mask so far that I would want to have on all fucking day. So yeah, man, but I just wear it because, it's mandated and it's not a big deal for me. I'm just glad I ain't got a job right now. So Moonbase MGTOW says, I was going to say F George Floyd, F old people, Thanos did nothing wrong. But the bad thing Thanos did was take away people's potential. I think about that fat girl. What if you helped her lose weight and now you salvaged a decent 6 or 7 out of it? Granted, she might cheat on you now that she looks better. Laugh out loud. Also, look up Tony Parks. He plays the drums with one hand and uses some sampler synth with the other to make live music. Edit. If you like him, I recommend the Homo Deus album. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this post. What the hell does Thanos have to do with this? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And what fat girl? Maybe I was talking about rejecting a fat girl or something, or not wanting to date a fat girl. I don't know exactly what he's talking about. I know I probably talked about George Floyd in an episode. But it's too much going on with with this comment. Oh man, but the last part is interesting though. So he's saying the guy plays drums but also uses a synthesizer. Cause I think I was talking about how, like I can't sit there and make a beat or play a beat live, right? Like I could with an instrument, but yeah, I guess you could technically like have like a synthesizer with you and play like the notes or whatever when, but that seems like, man, look, I'd rather just rap over the beat and have the beat playing than to do all that shit. Maybe do some DJ shit, but that sounds like some whole extra shit. But thanks for that confusing comment, Moonbase Big Chow. Okay, so Aaron Cassite says, if you die in the hospital, they would say that you died of COVID, even if you died of something else, like a motorcycle accident. The hospitals get paid extra to report that people have died of COVID. That's why there are so many cases. I'm not saying COVID does not exist, but I work in a warehouse with hundreds of people going in and out of the same exit at the same time. Supposedly, I'm in the state with the most COVID cases, but if that was the case, I should have been dead by now. Either the workers have the greatest immune system ever, or the virus is not as deadly as the news is telling people. And then Moonbase MGTOW says, can't say most, but plenty of people got sick before lockdown and social distancing. 2, majority who get sick just treat it at home, so the recovery rate is even higher than reported. And 3, most are asymptomatic. The vulnerable should have quarantined themselves, and everyone should have been left to live normally. Truly a joke of this amygdala run society. I don't know what that word is, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not Bill Gates, so I don't know how serious this whole virus really is. I can't sit here and say how serious it is or not, but what I don't like, I hear people saying, well, it only affects sick and the old or fat people. I just feel like that's so unempathetic to just be like, well, fuck the old people. Just let things be as they were, and let the weak be cold off. That's just too brutal, And yes, we went to the extreme as far as dealing with the virus and trying to prevent the spread of it, but you have to always think like this: like, what if we didn't? How many more cases would there be if we didn't go to the extreme? How many more people would be dead if we didn't take it as seriously as we did? I think people are looking at the result like, oh well, it only killed this amount of people and it only killed this kind of person, and it's like, well, it's not that bad. But again, that's after we took extreme measures. I mean, dude, like, when have you ever, like, at what time in your life can you say school was shut down for an entire semester? And even now, like, people are doing school on like Zoom and shit. Like, they're doing it over a computer. In what time could you say that entire jobs were shut down and whatnot? Like, this is a very unique pandemic. Like, and the extremes that they went to prevent the spread of it, and we still had like over 200,000 deaths or something like that, or nearing that or around that. I haven't been keeping up. It still seems to be very serious. Again, maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Maybe it's like, I don't know. Like, I kind of fell off as far as like doing my research on the numbers. Maybe you guys know better than me, but the one thing I don't like is seeing the people who are like, fuck the old people. It only kills old people. Like damn, you ain't got a grandma, you ain't got an aunt, you ain't got a, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't got somebody that's old that could have been vulnerable to this. And even then, when you say like, oh, well, the vulnerable should quarantine themselves, it's like, in a perfect world, yeah, like that's how it would go down. But that's not reality. It's not like every old person, every fat person is just gonna is gonna hide away somewhere You know, like maybe it's a fat, yeah, maybe it's a fat old grandma who's taking care of like 3 kids or something. Again, everybody's situation is different. Everybody can't just say, "Well, I'm old and fat. I got to go hide in the closet for a whole year." Like, come on, man. Again, it's just, I'm glad. I'm glad I'm young and relatively healthy. I might have had this shit about 3-4 times. It's been a couple times where I feel like I was sick, but you know, I think I get the young person's version of COVID, where like you're like sick for a day and then it's like you alright. But I don't know, man. It's just, I just can't wait for this shit to be over. I can't wait for shit to go back to normal, man. It's crazy right now, man. So this is the last comment, and Dark Wolverine says, "Homie, you ever explain why you chose this purple-haired anime girl to represent you in your podcast?" And then the miner says he likes it. Then I replied, "My spirit animal is an anime lolly." Okay, that was kind of a joke there, but so why a little anime girl, right? So I was thinking about this myself because it just kind of played out this way. And it's kind of hard to explain because this is very serious. Nah, but I'm trying to, how do I explain this? Like, what is it with the little anime girls as my avatar? It goes back to anime. It starts off with anime and what little anime girls represent in anime. Like, anime girl, like little lollies, little anime girls, to me represent hidden power. Because oftentimes you'll see in the anime where, again, it's not every anime, but it's a lot of animes where one of the strongest characters would be a little anime girl. Think like, I forgot exactly how to pronounce her name, but I think it's Arail or Arali from, she was in that episode of Dragon Ball Super, and she was just kicking everybody's ass because she's just beyond powerful. I think like she beat up or knocked out even Vegeta, or knocked out Vegeta or something. I forgot exactly how the episode went. I'm not pronouncing her name, but she's just an example of that. And I think back even to ReZero, that little girl that resided in the library or whatever. Again, like it was hinted that she was immensely powerful, some immensely powerful wizard or some shit, a sorceress or something like that. Again, this little girl with enormous hidden power, right? Mitsudomoe. I forgot the little girl's name, but one of the sisters, the stupid one, who was always fighting, like she was, again, this little girl, but she was strong as fuck. Hunter x Hunter. I believe when they went to that video game world or something, that online virtual world, I think that the person, that girl who was teaching them how to control their nin or something like that, who it was like, I believe it was like this little lolly. It was a little anime girl. But, and again, even in Dead Man Wonderland, one of the most dangerous enemies was this little girl. And so, one thing I've noticed about anime is that there have been so many examples of one of the most powerful enemies or good guys, whether it's a good guy or a bad guy. Some of the most powerful anime characters are little anime girls, even if they are gag characters, right? Like again, I forgot exactly how you pronounce her name. Arao from Dragon Ball, or whatever little spin-off series she's from. Again, sometimes the most powerful character is just a little anime girl. So to me, little anime girls represent hidden power. And that's what I like about them. Yes, I could use like I could use Vegeta, you know, use K, Kuwabara. I could use some tough guy anime character as my avatar or whatever. But again, that's obvious. That's like, you know, it's overtly macho and masculine. And again, that's cool, but I admire the hidden power more than anything, hiding your power level. And that's what those type of characters represent for me. To me is great power in an unlikely package. And not only that, but it's also hilarious. It's funny. It's funny for a little girl to be so powerful. It's funny for a little girl to come out of nowhere and beat a grown man's ass. like it's again, it's so many layers to it. You know, it's like the perfect. Like, I saw this meme, right, where it was like this big buff dude sitting at a computer, right? And in the caption, it was like, oh, a little anime girl. That'll be a cool avatar. Something like that. And I think that kind of sums up like why I like using little anime girls as my avatar. Because for one, it's just funny. It's funny, and because the obvious guy thing to do again is to get Vegeta, Goku, Ultra Instinct Goku. That's the obvious guy thing to do. But to use a little anime girl, to use a little lolly as your avatar, it's like the exact opposite, at least on the surface. But when you really think about it, again, some of the most powerful characters throughout all anime have been the little the little lolly. It's been the little girl who was really like 1,000 years old and is some type of witch or some demon, or like, how many times have we seen that? And again, that's why I like it, because little anime girls to me represent a hidden power. So when I see that little girl, I don't just see a little girl. I see somebody that could power up and destroy an entire city. So I guess to sum it up, that's why I like using, various little brown anime girls as my avatar, because again, little anime girls, power, and on the other hand, it's funny because I'm this muscular black dude, right? And so it's funny. Like, to me, it's funny, but it's also the deeper meaning of hidden power. So I guess that's the best way I can describe it. I had to go, I know it's kind of a convoluted explanation there, but that's really what it comes down to. I promise I'm not a tranny. But with that being said, that's the episode. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And the next episode is going to be Oreo Man Part 2, where we dive deeper into the Oreo Man character, the Oreo Man, one of the great black incels. And stay tuned for that, because it should be coming out very soon. So hope you guys enjoyed the episode, and see you later. Bye bye. John.